with the next piece, it's going to be my solo. All right, watch for my signal coming in. Shelby, in a rocky rhythm, it's a beautiful one. All right, remember the 4 rounds. FOFB 52. We're going to do this on a little bit faster pace. We're going to start with 4 muscles together. We have solos. All right. So we're going to do this one a little bit faster pace. 2 more. over a Q&A and a discussion.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Yellow Drum. I'm Catherine Haddad. I'm the Artistic and Executive Director of New Arab American Theater Works, and Yellow Drum is one of our programs, in fact, our key performance program here, and led by master drummer Khaldoun Saman, and with a group of community drummers. You're seeing a few of them here today. We have a total of 11 drummers, and so we are excited to present this traditional Arabic drum ensemble to you in our community group. I'm going to hand over the microphone to Khaldoun Saman, who is going to, I think, just talk a little bit about Yalla Drum and what it is, and then we'll just go around maybe and have everybody introduce themselves.
Sure. We're also going to talk a little bit about this at the panel. So Yellow Drum Ensemble was established last year, and of course, because of the COVID, it was hard for us to do public presentations, so we kind of worked in the park, and we enjoyed that process. We were in Roseville, and we had about 10 meetings last year and a semi-public presentation. And so this year was our first time kind of really having a chance. We expanded. We went from about 6 drummers to about 11 drummers. And so the idea is we want to create a local, community-based, largely Arab American, of course, and we are reaching out to the larger Minnesota community and trying to create a professional drum ensemble. That's the whole idea of a Middle East sort. And so we're in the process of that formation, and it's been a lot of fun. We are now 11. We're hoping to get to around 20, maybe 25 drummers as we expand over the next couple of years. And we want to start to kind of expand it in multiple ways, not just in terms of drumming, but in terms of performance. We want to make it kind of stage friendly and create some kinds of maybe include debke and maybe some Sufi dancing and dervish. It's not dancing, but Sufi dervishes and so to kind of increase it and make it something that would be something that everyone would enjoy coming to and watching the performance. And it's really important for us to be kind of run by us Arab Americans and others who want to create what is real and what we know from our own backgrounds, that things that we play in communities and home. And I felt like the process of me being an Arab American and trying to drum in outside that setting, I felt a little kind of like ornamentalized, almost like a museum object, where you had to wear like Aladdin caps and stuff like that. So this is the idea, is that it's going to come from us, and we are going to create a drum ensemble that comes from the community. And so I want others to have a chance to speak. Is this going to be a Q&A is there going to be an audience, or is it mainly just for us to talk? Just us. Okay, good. Not good, but I want to hear the Q&A. So who else would like to mention, what would be a good question for you guys?
Why don't we just go around and
Yes.
everybody can just say their name and maybe just say how they got involved with Yellow Drum or why they were interested in it.
Hi, good morning. My name is Abby Penzener-Bolde, and thank goodness that the Deadbeke found me, and I found the drum 2 years ago, thanks to Khaldoun Saman and his lessons.
Hi, my name is Mahmoud Ode, and I've been drumming for pretty much all my life, and thanks for Khaldoun and everyone who bring me back to it since I stopped drumming for probably years.
My name is William Noor, and I've been drumming with Khaldoun for about 3 years.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Malloy, and I fell in love with Arabic music when I was 16. And I was largely untaught as a drummer until about 5 years ago when I discovered Khaldoon and his excellent teaching.
Make sure to always mention my name.
This is Muhammad Khouli. I'm also took a couple of classes with Khaldoon a few years ago, and have had opportunity this summer to participate in the Yalla Drum.
Hi, I'm Sanat Wazwaz. So I'm a Palestinian performer and writer, and kind of like Khaldoon's experience, I was in a lot of spaces where I felt misunderstood as an Arab artist. And so from there, I was talking to a teacher about it, and she referred me to New Arab American Theater Works. And then from there, I found Khaldoon's drum ensemble, and I said, I just wanted to get connected with other artists who can produce our art authentically.
Thanks, Sanna, for mentioning New Arab American Theater Works. I just wanted to also say that this is a program that we have started for the reason that everybody said here, to develop community in an authentic way, to present our own art form, to create and develop. And our theater group has been around for 8 years, but we've been working as artists in the community. I have and other members of our theater for over 20 years. And so the mission is that to create our stories, to have our own art that we are authentically producing and creating for our community. And so when when Khaldoon and I talked about the idea of having a drum ensemble, I thought this would be a perfect program for our theater. It fits in perfectly. Right now, as Khaldoon mentioned, we are just getting started, but we're intending to develop and also to integrate the drum with traditional theater, because one thing that we do besides the drum is, of course, traditional theater, because we're a theater company. And so we're really excited to have all of the performers and community members with us, and to be able to grow and develop into we don't know what we're hoping to maybe present nationally or even internationally sometime, to add more instruments, to add stories, to do whatever we can do as a theater to grow and develop, to keep with the tradition, but also to branch out into something new and to incorporate our own writers and artists in a way to present authentic live theater. So thanks.
Yeah, and I also want to thank Kathy Haddad, who's been central to, and she's the one that approached me and has the insight. And so I'm also part of the New Arab American Theater Works. I'm a board member, and it just seemed to fit really organically with the mission of New Arab American Theater Works, which is mainly, as Kathy said, to kind of produce genuine cultural arts from the community. And so everything from plays and also practice of screenwriting and writers and we thought the drum ensemble is, of course, another form of an art form, and we have it here, and we have some people that are passionate about Arabic drumming, and so it fit in really great to the objectives of New Arab American Theater Works. But without her work, she has been central to kind of organizing us and getting us, of course, all the grant writings and all the back work that takes to create something like this. And I have the easy job of doing the drumming, and so I want to thank her. Are we on the air? Can you edit this part? We're still live. Sure.
I don't know if we're still on, but thank you to the National Composers Forum and for inviting us. I just want to say that. Thank you so much. We're excited to be here and excited to be involved.
Thank you so much. Hello. Well, you couldn't hear the clapping, but I'm just going to clap here. We're all doing it virtually, so just know that we were all clapping behind the screens. Thank you so much.
I'm actually going to take this off so you can hear me better. Hello, everybody. I am Vanessa Rose. There's my picture. I'm the president and CEO of the American Composers Forum. I use pronouns she, her. This is our Artist Equity Summit. This is the third of what we hope will be an annual event. This is happening today, September 11th, 2021, and started yesterday, September 10th. Our topic today is follow through. At American Composers Forum, we believe creators of music are storytellers. They bring forward perspectives and enable us to connect as humans. Today's pressing topics and issues affect all of us. Music is a powerful way for us to engage with them. Thank you so much again to the Yalla Drum Ensemble for opening our event today. From the New Arab American Theater Works, this amazing music, Kathy Haddad, Executive Artistic Director, and Khaldoun Saman, Lead Drumming Instructor, and all the wonderful musicians who joined us today. Both Kathy and Khaldoun will be joining our next panel starting at 9:30 a.m. Central on the topic Follow Through, Moving Through the Backlash. They will be joined by poet Tish Jones and journalist Marianne Combs. I also want to acknowledge that today is September 11th, 2021. As someone who was living in New York City 20 years ago, I would like to add my own recognition of the lives we lost that day, the heroes who came forward in so many ways, the health issues inflicted on the many who are around Ground Zero, and the families and communities directly impacted by the tragic day and events following it. Thank you to all of you watching this on the screen, whether it's YouTube or Zoom or watching it later on. We will be having recordings available. Special thanks to the ACF donors and funders, in particular the City of St. Paul STAR program. This activity is made possible by the voters of Minnesota through Minnesota State Arts Board operating grant, thanks to a legislative appropriation from the Arts and Cultural Heritage Fund. I'm speaking to you from the St. Paul Neighborhood Network on the unceded lands of the Anishinaabe and Dakota people. Up ahead, we have our panel on moving through the backlash, as I said, as well as a land acknowledgement and performance by Jada Brown at 11 a.m. Central. And finally, a panel on what we learn from Indigenous cultures at 11:30 a.m. will be moderated by the composer Brent Michael Davids with Jessica Bissett Perea, Nina Sun Eidchheim, Sharon M. Day, and Sir Curtis Kirby III. You can visit us at composersforum.org for more information on this event, the many wonderful participants of the event, and also more about ACF. If you click on the Artist Equity Summit, you can find out more with that page in particular with the schedule and links to everybody's pages. You can also follow American Composers Forum on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Now, I'm pleased to share this video of Tish Brown, poet, sharing her poem, For Ahmad. It's preceded by a haiku on gentrification. It was presented as part of Sarah Greer's piece, Remembrance, Reflection, Resilience at Walker West Music Academy earlier this year. Thank you again for being with us.
The experiment is over now that they're tearing down projects. A haiku on gentrification, redlining, state-sanctioned violence against where we live. Tears collapse on top of your skin like heavy rain. There is wailing all around you when you are born. It is a good thing. We celebrate the hurried and uncertain attempts to breathe. We cradle and caress your brown skin. Momentarily, we forget about the trauma inherent in your blood. When you are born, it is a good thing. We celebrate. The ancestors' prayer manifests in the flesh. Momentarily, we forget about the trauma inherent in your blood, our blood. We imagine you living past 23. The ancestors' prayer manifests in the flesh. A future where someone with skin like yours, like soot, like soil, never meets the barrel of a white man's gun. Our blood. We imagine you living past 23. Anomaly. A future where someone with skin like yours, like soot, like soil, never meets the barrel of a white man's gun? Our dreams constantly clipped at the wings. We black, no anomaly. We lucky to be alive. We live as who it could have been. Our dreams constantly clipped at the wings. We black. No, any moment is one in which a white man might want to claim scared and shoot. We lucky to be alive. We live as who it could have been, stomaching survivor's guilt like a bad secret only we know. Any moment is one in which a white man might want to claim scared and shoot. We lucky to be alive. We live as who it could have been, stomaching survivor's guilt like a bad secret only we know. So much of us dies with each of you, and you did not deserve this. The hurried and uncertain attempts to breathe. So we cradle you and caress your brown skin. Much of us dies with each of you. Tears collapse on top of your skin like heavy rain, and there's wailing all around you.
Well, good morning and welcome everyone to this morning's panel discussion, Follow Through, Moving Through the Backlash. I'm Marianne Combs. I'm the managing news editor of Racial Reckoning, the Arc of Justice, a radio journalism initiative. And for 20 years, I reported on arts and culture here in Minnesota. I use the pronouns she, her. As a longtime arts reporter, I've witnessed time and time again that artist activists are at the forefront of equity movements and creating lasting change. So it's only fitting that the American Composers Forum is digging in deep to do this work, both externally and internally. And thank you for that. Some of the things we're going to wrestle with today. How do we persist in making progress when forces feel stacked against us? What keeps us moving when the initial energy behind a movement dies down, but there's still so much work to be done? We have the great pleasure this morning of hearing from our three panelists about where we've made the most progress in building equity in the arts, what are the greatest obstacles, how to sustain the work in the face of these obstacles, and where cultural equity work needs to head next. Before we begin, I'd like each of the panelists to take a minute or two to introduce themselves more fully to our audience and help them to understand the scope of your work. Kathy Haddad, let's start with you. You mentioned briefly New Arab American Theater, but I know that you do so much more than that. So why don't you share with the audience what exactly it is that you do in community?
Sure. I've been here working in the arts community organizing since the early 90s. I grew up in Minnesota. And so I'm a writer, I'm an artist, I am a community organizer, work with several community groups over the years, starting out in the past with Asian American Renaissance, Theater Mu, Pangea World Theater, the American Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee. I was a creator and founder of MISNA, which I ran for over 10 years, and now am the artistic and executive director of New Arab American Theater Works. I'm a playwright and also a teacher. And so I wear lots of hats, and they all are intertwined with each other. And happy to be here for this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Khaldun, could you also introduce yourself? I know that you are a fine drummer from this morning's performance. Thank you for that. But share with the audience what else you are and what else you do.
Sure. I also wear many hats. I'm a professor of sociology at Macalester College, and I've been teaching there for about 20 years now. I come from, I was born in Jordan, in Zarqa, Jordan, which is a city just outside of Amman, to a Palestinian mother and a Syrian father. And I've always had the passion of drumming. Even as a kid, I just wanted to constantly bang on things. And I didn't get a chance to really systematically learn drumming until about 12 years ago. And so I started kind of taking, doing practices with master drummers in California, with Syrian American drummers and Lebanese drummers, and then in the Middle East. And I started first teaching in MISNA for about 4 or 5 years, and then we decided that we want to try to take it on a new level. And New Arab American Theater Works was starting up, and they had already been doing playwrights and other things, and we thought it was a really good fit. And so I decided to try moving it into a new terrain where we're more performative oriented rather than just teaching oriented. And so drumming is a passion of mine. What can I say? And I drove my family crazy banging on things at home, and it's now it's become something where I'm trying to create this large ensemble that resembles an Egyptian style drum ensemble named after Said el-Artiste in Egypt, in Cairo. And he's just he has this incredible ensemble of like 40 drummers, and it's layered and all that. So it's a project in making, and I'm really excited about it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Khaldun. And Tish Jones, thank you for your performance this morning. It's always a pleasure to see and hear your work live, and even better when it's in person. I hope to get back to that sometime soon. But wondering if you can share for others a little bit more about all that you do in community.
No doubt. Peace. And thank you for the kind words. My name is Tish Jones. I am a poet, organizer, educator, founder, and executive director of True Art Speaks. True Art Speaks is an arts and culture organization based here in St. Paul. I am born and raised in St. Paul in the historic Rondo neighborhood. I've lived in Minnesota for most of my life. I left for a bit for more organizing work and came back home. That's the short and sweet answer of what I do. Lots of arts, culture, civic engagement work.
Lots of it. And when this panel was first organized, we could not have known, Tish, that you would actually have an experience this week, which speaks directly to the notion of backlash. I wonder if you would want to talk a little bit about what happened at the Hmong Cultural Center.
Yeah, so shortly after George Floyd was murdered, Springboard for the Arts commissioned a few artists to create art sort of in response to what the social climate was in the Twin Cities. And I was one of the artists whose work was selected. And if your work was selected, it was sort of mounted on, you know, these public art installations, pieces of plywood and et cetera. So visual art, poetry, et cetera. And my art, my poem, an excerpt from a poem that I wrote called Because You Keep Asking Me How It Feels to Be Black Here Now. An excerpt from that poem was put up on the Hmong Cultural Center Museum. And this week it was defaced by 3 white supremacists. They were caught on video. They jumped out of one truck altogether. They were masked up, but wearing shorts. So, you know, and they left a very specific sort of tag that identifies and connects them back to a white supremacist group here, or known in the region. So yeah, just kind of been sitting with what that means, especially because the piece is in support of Black lives, in solidarity on, you know, at the Hmong Cultural Center Museum, and like thinking about how we support, you know, what it looks like to take care of one another in this time after this act happened. Definitely there was some damage done to adjacent businesses, damage done to the Hmong Cultural Center Museum itself. So asking folks to support if they have the capacity, and also just asking folks to be kind, say a kind word, and to know that we are still in this fight. It isn't over because you don't see a building burning.
Yeah. What, in terms of sitting with this, how do you move through a moment like this? What do you turn to sustain you when you're dealing with such a violent act like that?
For me, it's family first, because I have the privilege of having a family that values me, that I value, that loves and cares for me. So first it was family. My sister and I, we woke up really early the next morning and we went to see if any pieces were broken and see what we could salvage. There were posters that, you know, we collected, we took photos, and we just processed and talked together. And then, you know, the extended family, which is my chosen community, my arts community, the Black arts and culture community, BIPOC community that I've built solidarity with, and really action, you know, I think, and a loving action in a moment like this, not like, hey, let's organize a protest type of action, but the kind of action where we can sit together, where we can process, where we can talk about how it makes us feel, connecting with the artists who actually help put this work up. Yeah, and just, you know, caring for one another and being in community and actually acknowledging the fact that it hurts. You know, as an artist and organizer in community, we're always thinking about what to do and how to support the institution and how to support the artist. But I think being able to talk to folks who actually labored with their hands to create this, and to just feel myself, to think about what it feels like to have something so deeply personal in response to such a painful time in my life and in the world. Just that it hurts, and being able to name that and be honest about it.
Thank you, Tish. And I'm so sorry that that happened to you and to the community. Kathy Haddad, I'm thinking about the fact that today marks 20 years since the attacks of September 11th and how the United States responded to those attacks, not only with a war, but with cruelty toward Arab Americans of all kinds. As someone who was already doing cultural work here in the Twin Cities at the time, how have things changed over the years? Do you see a pattern or rhythm to surges in cultural fear or acceptance?
I was just thinking about that day, that time in history when September 11th, 2001, and we were just opening our first Arab Film Festival. I was directing Mizna at the time, and we were having our first film festival at Intermedia Arts. We had already been organizing in an organization for a few years before that. We had started in 1998. And so many people had thought that, that Arab cultural work, that our community work was in reaction, but it has never been in reaction to that incident or to these, hateful incidents. I always see my work as proactive, not reactive. But having been involved in the Twin Cities community and the national, at least, Arab arts community for, since the early 90s, there are some things I've seen that have changed. And then there's a lot that haven't, a lot of things that haven't changed. The backlash, for instance, is still there. We're still, in fact, even greater in some ways, with people, which it seems to me, an increase of what I've seen in mosque bombings and white supremacists targeting Arab and Muslim communities, but it has been going on for many years. As far as the arts community goes, there has been a little bit more space that has opened up for us as Arab arts organizations and communities compared to what it was like 20 years ago. Some funding streams have opened to us that weren't there before, but still I feel that it is a battle for us to get our voice out there. It's really a struggle for us to present ourselves to the funders, to those that have that have the microphone, to include us. It's always been the case. At the time, 20 years ago, we were not considered even part of the BIPOC community in arts funding. Not that there even really was hardly any, but we weren't even included at all. And so we had to fight for that. And now at least, we can be in line for that small piece of pie that is there for us. So, it's a big question. What has changed? What has remained the same? I think we're more organized locally in terms of an Arab American arts community, and even nationally. We've come together, we've produced more, we've developed our organizations over the last 20 years. And as I mentioned, most of us started though before that happened. And we don't define ourselves in terms of that day.
Mm-hmm. To what do you attribute the difficulties in being seen more broadly, or getting that funding, getting that recognition for your work and for your identity?
I think there's a very limited definition of who maybe counts, if that's the right way to say it, in terms of who's holding the power, and it's usually not the BIPOC community. And it's a very limited understanding, I guess. That's all I can see. I see several, and I don't want to insinuate that there is a lot of access for other BIPOC people either. So it's a tough thing, but a lot of times there's just there's just such a limited slot, and we don't fit into it. And yeah, I don't know.
No, you don't have to know the answer to all these questions. Not required for this panel. Khaldun, as a professor of sociology, how, we talk about backlash and pushing through, how typical are these kinds of ebbs and flow in social change? And when you look at the change that we've seen over the past years, do you feel like we are moving, that the arc of the moral universe bends towards justice, or is it one step forward, two steps back?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like your image of ebbs and flows. And one of the things, even though maybe in, the human face of Arabs and Muslims has been lost, I think, in the US. There is a certain kind of representations of Muslims and Arabs that is very one-dimensional. Muslim men are angry and they're just misogynists, and those kind of representations is the way we get represented. And women are docile, and their hijab is like forced on them. So there's visibility, unlike in the cultural terrain where we're not represented in the human face in our arts and other ways of being that we are, right? And our complex individualities and all that is lost. Our family life and our care and love for each other and for others, and our humor, all that is gone. It's like the representations in the United States is very one-dimensional when it comes to our community. And so that's really problematic, but there has been ebbs and flows, and I think that's a really good way to think about it. It depends on who you are talking about, right? Donald Trump incited a very one-dimensional image of Muslims, but then because liberals were incited to respond to that, there's been a somewhat nuanced kind of response. It's not always the one I prefer or I think is good for the Arab American and Muslim communities, but they've been more protective of trying to move in that direction against Trump. So with certain networks, we have seen some more support, but it's limited, and it can fall very easily, especially around human rights issues, where a lot of times it can have anti-immigrant kind of sentiments like women's rights and sexuality rights as it moves across space and power. I always talk about this in my classes, but and so the thing is, there's Quran burners, right? Those who hate Muslims, the very far right, and they burn Qurans. And then there's, I think, also a project to bring in some liberals into an anti-immigrant, anti-Muslim, Islamophobic kind of fold by inciting a certain idea that Muslims are not like us. They don't believe in human rights. They're more misogynist, and they have honor killings, and they have FGC and a whole bunch of issues that I think the right is trying to bring in some elements of liberals, and I find that really problematic. That's when I think true fascism can happen, is when there's no constraints on the right to navigate a consensus across awkward political identities, including liberals. And so this is something I'm concerned about. And one of the reasons I enjoy teaching sociology is we can talk about these kinds of things and think through them. And also one of the reasons why I love music and drumming, and, we can bring our face back, represent ourselves as who we are, and show the comedic element also of our family relations and our love for each other. And so much of the other that non one-dimensional image of us. And I think that's really needed to bypass this one-dimensional. And I think even liberals sometimes can fall into some problems where they fall into a one-dimensional idea and you can especially see this in Europe, where a lot of centrists and even some mainstream feminists represent Arab culture and Turkish culture as only one thing, a culture of misogyny and anti-human rights, unlike us Danes, unlike us French, that's really problematic, and it can have really negative repercussions.
I'm going to ask you some more questions on that in a little bit because I think there's a lot more to dive into there. But next up, I'd like to go back to Tish, and I'm thinking about a tweet that Bree Newsom put up on her Twitter feed recently. Bree Newsom is the artist and organizer who's perhaps best known for scaling a flagpole to remove the Confederate flag from the South Carolina State House. She recently tweeted the following. She says, "I feel like we've been through this weird period where everyone was calling out the oppressive power dynamics and it was seen as hip and cool and all the celebrities wanted in. And then folks realized what it meant to actually challenge power and things got quiet again across movements." So Tish, is this something you're seeing or feeling in your work as you look at the past year and a half?
Yeah, I kind of agree with that to a certain extent. I think what I'm also seeing is that there's this sort of commercialization and institutionalization of activism and organizing now, right? So, there's a new game show coming out where activists, where they have to compete with their, whatever their sort of mission or initiative is. Right now that, it was just announced this week and it's receiving a lot of backlash in the community. So I do agree with that tweet. I also think that, we've seen it with Tamika Mallory when she jumped out of an Escalade and there was a commercial, it was about all my life I dreamt of being an organizer. It's like organizing and activism as a career versus something that we're trying to do to humanize ourselves and, really have this fight and quest for liberation and equity. So that's what I think I've been seeing happen. That's like the trend over the last year. It's like, let's make this hip, let's make a career out of this thing. Let's make it a game show versus let's actually create some policies and practices that lead us towards true equity, right? Yeah.
And I just think it must be frustrating to be sort of somebody who's a marathon runner and then to see all these people who are sprinters showing up next to you for a while and then they disappear again. And here you are out running the long run, trying to do the work time in, time out. And some of these people, their energy is just like of the moment, like, oh, I guess this is a thing now. I'm going to jump in and participate. I mean, how do you, either just like not get so frustrated by the inconsistency of participation in these movements or compel someone to say, look, this is for the long haul. You don't get to just jump in here. This is work that needs to be done day in and day out.
I think part of it is that sort of, it being a fad, the sort of the newness of social media as its way to document everything. And it looks really sexy, right? To have a microphone or to have the bullhorn and to be marching in the street and you get all these likes and these things. So there's a social capital that is perceived to come with it. But when you're actually in the fight, right? And you're hit with a rubber bullet or you're maced or you go to jail or you lose a friend, right? Or you lose a comrade and you don't actually, I think that there's a way that burnout happens quickly. So I wonder, I guess I should say, because I don't actually, I'm not running in community with folks who pop in and out of the movement work, but I wonder, if folks sort of start these initiatives, learn what they're getting into, and then fall back, right? And just actually don't have the capacity to do the work, don't have the skill set to do the work, go to get different sorts of trainings. I have a lot of questions about that because, we lose people in this work often. People are injured and hurt in this work often. Burnout is real in this work often. And when you come in and it's cute, I think it can become really ugly really quickly. And I don't know that everyone is built for that.
Yeah. And the amount of resilience you need to come to the table with in order to stay with it for a while. Yeah. Kathy, you're a teacher, as you mentioned earlier, in addition to being an artist and activist. Knowing that the work of cultural equity is carried out over generations, what do you see in the young people you teach in terms of their cultural awareness, their familiarity with racial equity? Is there a reason for hope?
Yeah, I'm a high school teacher. The demographics have changed. I started teaching in 1991. The demographics of the school have changed, which has completely changed the conversation in the room. From what I see is that my students are so much more politically aware, cued in, active, connected, and invested in the community. I see a lot of hope in young people. I'm encouraged all the time. In fact, their energy and enthusiasm, I just wish that I could provide more outlet for that, and that we could support them more. And of course, they're also under so many more struggles than I ever remember before, dealing with homelessness. I didn't see at levels that I see now. Trauma, emotional trauma, racial trauma, so many questions when it comes to identity that I never saw in high school students when I started. And so I feel that I feel really encouraged as a teacher and very hopeful and excited for the future when I see my students, but also very concerned because there's so much that they need that I don't know how to provide it or how we are able to help them. But yes, I definitely am encouraged looking at my students for the future.
And Tish, you also work in education and you work with True Art Speaks, you work with youth. I'm wondering what you're seeing in terms of the youth that you work with.
I have a similar sentiment. I feel really inspired by the young people that I work with. I feel inspired by their lens. I feel inspired by their resilience. I think they're being inundated with things that, 15, 20 years ago, I didn't experience at this frequency. It wasn't in my face. It wasn't, you know what I mean? I think I'm really proud of what I see young people doing. I'm proud of the risks that they're taking. I feel inspired and hopeful, for the future. To Kathy's point, I think that young people are really politically astute in a way that I don't recall in previous generations. I don't know that my peers had their pulse on politics in this way when we were in high school. I think even about young folks, I remember having a conversation with my nephew when George Floyd was killed. And, he had an awareness around this situation. And he's 8 right now, you know what I mean? So he was a really little person articulating, this hate crime and this injustice and dissecting the relationship between Black men and police as a Black boy. So I think that it gives me hope to see sort of a consciousness. It also saddens me to think about what young people are carrying and what they are sifting through and the role that media plays in that. So it's a both and.
Khaldun, we are going back to something that you touched on earlier. We're at a moment of increasing racial specificity. We now say BIPOC instead of people of color because we recognize that there are specific struggles faced by Black and Indigenous peoples in this country. Mainstream culture is slowly becoming more aware of the vast diversity within labels such as Arab American, although you pointed to the fact that oftentimes they still view it as monolithic when a Jordanian can be very different in their lived experience from somebody who grew up in Saudi Arabia. So is there a downside or risk to this sort of cultural specificity?
Yeah. First, if I may also just respond a little bit to what about the students and stuff. And, I just want to say at Macalester, I've seen an incredible change in the student body over the last, especially after George Floyd. And so you have this really interesting, very courageous trying to interconnect what is happening in places like Palestine with the Palestinian Lives Matter movement, and they've been kind of taken on some of the more, how should I say it, marginalization of the Palestinian issue on campuses, and trying to bring that out as an important movement, and especially the way it gets expressed in the United States by talking about occupation and trying to get people more aware and getting their colleges and universities kind of disinvested from certain certain companies that are actively engaging in disenfranchising Palestinians from their land. And so I've seen that as well on specific issues. That's been very powerful. Back to your question. Can you rephrase it one more time? Your original question, because when I was thinking about that, yeah.
In terms of this racial specificity and the fact that we are getting more nuanced in how we talk about identity and how key identity is to our lived experiences, is there a potential backlash to that level of specificity in how we talk about our identities?
Yeah, I think, I come from a certain kind of political orientation, which is that you need a populist movement of a left nature. And what that means is that we have to find ways that while there's differences in powers between like working class communities and precarious populations that are put in very dangerous positions, especially immigrants, refugees, African Americans, right? There's also other populations that we need to be more persuasive towards and use and allow them to kind of feel that they can be incorporated into the left, into progressive politics. And so one of the things, I come from this kind of Gramscian background, who's this Italian Marxist at the time of the fascist movements that were rising in Italy. And he was trying to figure out, why are all these Italians going far right? And one of the problems is that the left has become its own culture, which is kind of middle-class culture. And our politics is very much oriented around our interests. We don't even know it. We think they're progressive, but like the glass ceiling, and which are important, right? Glass ceilings and these kinds of things, but they don't touch the lives of working class lives. And I think one of the things that we have to do is to start thinking about, how do we take away from the right the ability for the left to come in and deal with the emotional grievances of non-POC folks as well? I know that sounds crazy, right? And this is what I mean by populism. Like in our American politics, we have now slowly, I think, more and more drifted to think of oppression in terms of color and BIPOC. And I think that's true, right? Most working class people are BIPOC people, right? You go to any fast food industry and what have you, it's mainly people of color, and they have the most precarious work and are in housing issues and that are much more prevalent among BIPOC. But there's a large population that seems to be now kind of written off by liberals and the left as being rednecks, and that's it. They listen to country music, and somehow that becomes redneck, and religion becomes off. We don't deal with like churches anymore, and because we've become more secular, we've become a very professional middle class kind of culture, right? And our networks, even though we're trying to diversify, are of a particular class nature, right? And so we have to start thinking of politics in a much more larger populist ways. And by allowing country music to enter our kind of, bring in drumming, what popular folk kind of stuff that can be represented in music, and right, it's not just a violin and right, it's not by composer. We need to increase and be more inclusive what that means, and include the cultures of working class folks. And we need to be able to even allow people who think Jesus is their savior into the left, as long as they have progressive politics. And because what that does is it brings in what Gramsci called organic intellectuals from those communities that can take away the energy and emotions that the right is trying to come into those communities, white working class communities, and bring them into the far right, right? So that's what the far right has been doing. If you watch Fox News, they always have country music between their sessions, right? They bring in religious folks. In the left, it's always academics, secular folks. It's people of a professional middle class, the doctors, the health professionals. We have no ways, when we talk about climate change, we only have scientists talking about facts, facts, facts. And when we can bring in farmers who can talk about what's happening on their farms because of climate change, right? That has a huge impact on being persuasive and being able to incorporate a larger inclusive movements into our politics. And so this is, and it sounds crazy, but it's actually related to drumming and stuff like that, because I want to be able to create music that allows things that are considered kind of lowbrow. By lowbrow, I mean kind of like working class culture, to be incorporated into respectable music. To allow Shakespeare to be not just taught in colleges, and to again go back onto the streets and become public play for working class folks. It's like we lost that. And I think culture has to be part of that. Our arts productions has to be part of that.
So here we are on a panel for the American Composers Forum. And I'm thinking about your sort of notion that we need to remove the elitist barriers, cultural barriers that are keeping us from making stronger connections at the ground level. What can the American Composers Forum do to help make that happen?
Bring me in more often to drum for you. But definitely bring in, what has not been considered composer productions, right? And that will attract more and more people who are into this. So, like if you go to Egypt, for example, when you go to performances of Said El-Artis, he has this incredible Arab drum percussion, and it attracts. It's the most diverse in terms of class of Palestinians. There's peasants, there's farmers, there's working class folks, and there's upper, middle class folks all attending these, right? And somehow we've lost that when we, like one of the things that we, for some reason, not for some reason, there's good reasons why it's happened. When we do film festivals and other things, a lot of times it's people from our own class networks, even though we're more diverse, we have more Arab Americans, and we come from a certain kind of network, people have gone to colleges, and, the rest, the Palestinians who work in gas company, in tobacco shops and all these, they're not coming to these events. And there's other reasons why they're not coming, but one of them is, it feels like an unsafe space. It's like it's a place that you don't belong if you're not part of that educated. You've been at University of Minnesota, or and so there's something about that that's really important to address. And the arts community has been addressing it. It's really hard to do it in practice, but I think we have to still be conscious about it. And I think we've been even drifting more and more away from that. And it's become almost like this very in-class, middle class, upper middle class, educated folks. And we've been diversifying in that part, but it's diversified only within that class network. And we got to deepen it rather than just keep it at that level.
Vanessa, I see that you've taken your mask off. Do you want to contribute something to the conversation?
Sure. Yes, I was preparing. This is definitely entering into the arena that we are actively working in, and we shared a bit about this yesterday too in our panels. But American Composers Forum, it is absolutely a priority for us that we validate. There are many ways to create music. There are many ways to come into the creation of music, many pathways to do so, and to validate each of those experiences, unique as they may be and intrinsically important as they may be, are valid and important and welcome at ACF. And And yeah, I mean, so much of what you said too about how we have to go beyond the monolithic view, and we have to go beyond the discussion of race and look at the different intersections with how people interact with that. I just wanted to add too, there was a comment in the panel yesterday about the difference between outreach and engagement. You know, that's something that happened, that was something that was discussed many years ago. And as we try to connect our, you know, Western classical focused traditional institutions who are seeking to change with those like you all who have been you know, actively creating music in your communities all along and not, you know, not intersecting with those institutions. I think there's so much to gain by looking at how music is this emotional, subjective, powerful tool and not about perfection, or we really try not to use excellence, for example. It's a really problematic word because it is subjective and it is based on a certain interpretation of music. It's about what is compelling, what is unique, what is something that's moving you as an audience member, as a creator, as a performer. I think those are the conversations I find most interesting, and certainly musical experiences I find most powerful. So that's my 2 cents.
Thanks for that. Tish, I'd like to come back to you and get your sense of your reaction to this notion of class divide within cultural equity movements and, you know, where there's room for work in terms of building alliances moving forward.
I think I agree with a lot of what was said, right? Like, how do we increase access? How do we think about inviting in folks who have often not been considered, not received the invitation? I really love that. Also, to the earlier point made about sort of the exclusion of working class white folks, of, you know, poor white folks, I think that is really, really important, especially when I think about place-based work in communities, for example, like North Minneapolis, and, you know, the population of Irish working class folks who live in North Minneapolis and lived in North Minneapolis prior to sort of the growing sort of Black, Hmong, and Lao population that now lives in North Minneapolis and makes up a larger portion of the demographic. I think sort of this intercultural, there's a need, in my opinion, for intercultural collaboration and sort of cross-cultural, intercultural exchanges in Minnesota that I don't think happen often. I think that we do a really good job of sort of being in our silos, doing our thing, but we don't necessarily do the intercultural work of building alliances. And that, to me, is where the true sort of work can happen. I think we can start to chisel away at a perceived divide and like this sort of notion of middle classness as the gap continues to increase. So I'm interested in that. I'm interested in interculturality and what that looks like in Minnesota.
Fabulous. Kathy Haddad, looking at your work, when you look at the work that you're trying to do with New Arab American Theater and your other projects, what are the biggest obstacles to you moving forward in that work? And what do you need to overcome them?
Yeah, I also wanted to just add a little bit into the discussion that we've been having.
Absolutely.
In terms of New Arab American Theater Works and my work with Including Community. Historically, we haven't had very many trained actors, for instance, in the Arab American community because there haven't been roles for trained actors, right? There was not incentive for people to go into because there weren't opportunities for them. And so when it comes to trying to, say, for instance, create a piece that is an Arab American piece, we come up with this dilemma that lots of other, theaters of color come up with is, are we going to be using our community, for instance, in the work, who might not be trained as a white person who could perhaps pass as an Arab American, and we could put them in a role in the play. We could hire them, for lots of other artistic spaces. And So we choose, or I've chosen throughout my years working to work with our community, to develop our community, and it mirrors what you were saying about what is considered to be, proficient or professional or whatever. And so if you go to see a work of mine, one of my plays that I've been involved with producing or working with New Arab American Theater Works or Pangea World Theater or MISNA, you'll see our community involved, for instance, in the production on stage. They will maybe, in fact, it is the case most of the time that it perhaps is their first time that they have been professionally, if you want to call it that, in a show. And we could have hired somebody who, has a BFA in acting or whatever, and they could do the role, but we choose to work with our community, to train our community, to give that opportunity to be more authentic and to have voice for our community. And to me, that's really important. That's at the heart of what I believe and I'm committed to and always have been committed to. And we've seen the growth over the last few decades of our community getting involved in the arts and actually going on to do amazing things. So I guess I don't remember the exact question you asked me right now. But I wanted to say that because I feel like when we're talking about the arts, we're talking about community, we're talking about including folks in what we do. That to me is the most important thing, that we stay committed to who we have around. And when I first started to work in theater with my first play that I did here in the Twin Cities, I literally went to the falafel shop and asked the guy behind the counter, "Do you want to be in a play?" And he said yes. And that's how, that's actually still the work that we're doing. Same with the drum ensemble. Like all of these folks have different backgrounds. I didn't say too much, but there's some that have wanted to do it, some that have been doing it at home at weddings or at, in family gatherings, but they're not professionally trained, whatever that means. And so including the community is extremely important in developing a community in many ways. So I feel very, very passionate about that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a great example that you went to a falafel shop, someone outside of our own network, right? Of and asked a person that, right? And that's I think a very important part of it.
No, it's lovely, and I feel like so much of this work is one-on-one work, and it's very hard when systems come in or you're working against systemic issues. That's where you have to keep on doing the work on a one-on-one basis to make real progress. Kathy, just to remind you of the other question that I asked, which was just what are the biggest obstacles to you succeeding at the work that you're doing, and what would you need to overcome those obstacles?
Right. Well, I think that funding is always a huge obstacle in arts organizations. It's getting the funding to be able to do our work, to be able to have the time and the space in order to create the work, to be have the time to write the grants, to compete for the grants, to be eligible for the grants. I was thinking earlier what you'd asked me, and I kind of was blanking on a good answer for why we haven't been included, but I wanted to go back to that in terms of funding. The United States government defines people of color, or the Arab American community is defined as white in the census. Okay, so we've been battling for that for a number of years, but we have to check white in the census. So therefore, the funding does not come to, like, say, big organizations. Sometimes they come to it's very stringent, Asian American, African American, Native American, or Latino or Latinx. Those are the four categories, very narrow categories that sometimes are funneled in as funding sources. And so Arab Americans don't fit in. We've been considered to be white in the census, even though we're not treated as white. And if you ask anybody probably on the street, they wouldn't say that Arab Americans are white, but we've been seen as white. And some of us have light skin privilege for sure. And so the funding doesn't come to us. Our organizations are underdeveloped, and we aren't able to move forward in a way that other organizations can, like, you know, big organizations. Here in town, for instance, the only theater that has the only BIPOC theater that has its own space is the Penumbra, and it's even in the, you know, Hallie Q. Brown Center. I know that recently there've been some movements for some big funding pots that has fallen on a few well-deserving local arts organizations, but definitely that to me is the number one thing that has impeded us from moving forward. Is, I mean, access. I mean, the Ordway, the Walker, the Guthrie Theater. Nobody. It seems like people are not at all questioning that they deserve, you know, millions of dollars every year. Why is it that you know, our organizations don't deserve to exist in that same way?
Thanks for that, Kathy. Tish, same question to you, and just a reminder to audience that as we're in a few moments, we're going to be taking questions from the audience. So if you want to get a question in, now's a good time to chat, type that into the Q&A section. But Tish, I'm curious to hear from you. What are your biggest challenges to succeeding in the work that you're trying to do in community? And what do you need to overcome them?
I think we're all vying for this 5%, right? And I think that's one of the greatest challenges that we face in this community, is that we're all fighting for this really, really small piece of the same pie. And, you know, I think there's been some significant changes, but it's also the oppression Olympics, like in terms of how you have to fill out the information and the grants and the narratives that you have to provide in order to receive these funds, versus having 20-year track records or 15-year track records, or doing the work, or, you know, really sort of being a catalyst to this, that, and the third, have it, you know. And like I said, I do think that there have been, you know, some significant changes and things that have happened recently that sort of push back against that. But it's pushing back against, you know, it's adjacent to this really long history of really, really competitive processes. I also think, you know, to the point about space, intermediate arts was mentioned, and I think that there are very few spaces that are safe spaces and homes for artists, for Black, Indigenous, and POC artists to create, to produce, that are actually accessible, that are actually affordable, that are actually safe for us, our communities, to be and create in those spaces, right? And I even mean that in terms, sometimes it's a staffing thing. Sometimes there are so many cultural differences between the staff and places that we're trying to sort of mount new works, that we don't even feel welcome to produce works in those spaces, right? And to, you know, to be working cross-culturally with certain folks. And then there's also that, right? Like the battle with not wanting to be sort of a token program, or there are a lot of, I mean, there's a long list of things. I think those are just some of the things. And I think then on top of that, we're in the middle of this current pandemic. So there's also, you know, that switch, and for some, the learning curve. And I, like right now, I think about young people, I think about Black, Indigenous, and POC people, and I think about access to technology. And it's different, you know, like on your phone, it's like, oh, everybody has a phone. They're out, you know, social media is a quick fix. You don't have to use a lot of brain power, but to do virtual readings and Zooms and et cetera, Zoom burnout is a really real thing. And then also having adequate Wi-Fi to sort of boot that thing, having, you know, a functional laptop to do that thing, having something that's not the free version of the software that's necessary to to produce something or to participate in something. I think there are a lot of access barriers for our communities right now, and for our communities, you know, for the past 50 years, that still exist, that haven't shifted much. You know, we're pushing for change, but things have not shifted much.
Yeah, and I think about when you talk about even intercultural issues, but even within communities and recognizing the diversity within a community itself and trying to build consensus around an issue, when knowing that, just because we have the same hyphenated label attached to our identity does not mean we have any of the same positions on an issue. And how do you work to build that sort of consensus in a meaningful way and move everybody forward without tearing at each other internally? I don't know. There seems like there's so many issues to work out, and the diplomacy involved just seems overwhelming to me sometimes.
We were also fighting history, right? Because like even bringing up the census, I'm always so intrigued around the census and the history of race in a U.S. context, right? So at one point, certain communities and ethnic groups really, petitioned to be white, right? And so we're battling history. We're battling like this idea that we all wanted to be white, 70, 80, 90, 100 years ago. And now it's like we want to denounce whiteness because we understand that whiteness is really this terrible power structure and concept that is not in fact an ethnicity at all. And it's the erasure of every part of your history and identity, right? But there's also this, we're battling that desire to be white that's so old. It's so old and it's so ingrained. So when you talk about the issues within one community or within one group, there's also that, right? There's like the desire to be white, quote unquote, really equates to this like desire for power, to this like, cishet normative, white, patriarchal, Eurocentric thing that, we've all been taught is good, is great. And, I think that we're also trying to unlearn capitalism and the violence that capitalism makes us, it pits us against each other in this really disgusting way. And it sometimes permits us to throw one another under the bus in this really toxic and gross way. So it's just, it's interesting to me when we talk about within the group, because I also think, I don't know that it's within the group. I think that there's some external thing that has permeated the group's psyche and consciousness. And like, we have to sort of release capitalism. We have to release the desire to be white, which is really the desire to be like wealthy and powerful and safe, because there's a certain sort of notion of safety that has always come with whiteness, because whiteness has often been about protecting very specific phenotypes, right? And very specific, and capital and property and et cetera. So yeah, it's nuanced, but I'm also a poet. So I think all that stuff is, mixed up in terms of how it lands in my mind.
No, that was brilliant. Thank you. Khaldun, I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts in response to the idea of sort of decolonizing our mindset around capitalism and the desire to move forward in a way with intercultural alliances and, internally, but specifically that notion around capitalism and patriarchy.
Sure. That's a big question. I like the way it was framed. Of course, America is a particular kind of like assimilation into capitalism, right? The way the race constructs happen, slavery, and then Irish Americans as these kind of like, the railroad workers and coal miners, and then you had the Anglos on the top, and so. When new immigrants started to come in, or other immigrants started to come, like Arab Americans and Chinese and what have you, their struggles had to fit in with this kind of racial landscape, and so they had to assimilate into that. And so wherever the resources and power was, unfortunately, many kind of chose to go where power is, and they tried to re-assimilate their ethnicity to whiteness and try to melt into whiteness. And I know we know that the Irish did that, right? The Irish and Polish and a lot of the Eastern European. And that was part of policy that created housing in suburbs and left out people of color, especially African Americans. and Native Americans, and that created the racial tensions in which these new immigrants had to assimilate into. And so, it's not a surprise that a lot of ethnic minorities who are not of the classic minorities in the United States, who are not African American or Native American, tries to assimilate into power, right? I call it assimilate into power, which is whiteness. And it's a very problematic one, but it's a structural one. It's like, I can't, it's almost kind of like forced on these immigrant communities to do, because the structure and the way it exists. And that's capitalism, because you can get remunerated differently in the labor force depending on where you land, right? So that is capitalism. If you can become part of the labor aristocracy. So a lot of now people, professions from India, and the way they assimilate is they're really pushing hard to be considered white, right? Because they're in professions and they can get higher salaries. So it's a competition within like working class and professionals to get more money, literally. I mean, it's hard to see that way, but that's what it is. And more respect and what have you. So the racial landscape of the United States is fully integrated into the capitalist class structure. And we are assimilated into it in a specific way. And it forces us to kind of make these decisions that are very racial and problematic.
I'm going to try and ask a question here, and I'm wary of how well I'm going to ask it, but I'm going to try and see if I can frame this right. So even at the beginning of this conversation today, Tish referenced an incident that happened when 3 white supremacists came and attacked, and whited out a piece of poetry of hers that was on this Hmong Cultural Center Museum building. So often it seems the dialogue historically and culturally has been centering the white as the normal, and then in terms of media coverage, and then whenever it's talking about racial issues or interviewing a person of a specific race, it's because of their race or because of some problem that community is experiencing. And we have seen a shift over time where we're getting more attention paid to the cultures. I mean, the work has been to say, let's hold up these narratives of Black joy. Let's talk about, successful, like Suni Lee, and representing her culture in winning the Olympic gold. And let's celebrate these cultures in all of their specificity and their difference. I'm wondering at what point we're going through a demographic shift, and we are seeing, demographics is destiny. That we are becoming an increasingly diverse population. And I wonder at what point, funding wise, why is it that all of the BIPOC communities are all fighting for this smaller slice of the pie, when the slice of the pie you would think would be growing to suit the increasing diversity that they make up in the population? But then also, at what point are we courageous enough to center white supremacy as the issue that's problematic, rather than specifically going to each community and talking about what they are suffering or experiencing because of white supremacy? Does that make sense? And Khaldun, I mean, maybe if you want to respond to that, but it feels like the narrative is always about, let's talk about what happened in the Black community. Let's talk about what happened in the Hmong community. Let's talk about what's happened in the Arab American community. But all those things are happening because of the central core issue of white supremacy and the mindset that comes along with it.
Yeah, no, it's right. Of course, white supremacy is always the kind of invisible, kind of like it naturalized elements of America, and so we're forced to talk about people of color as a separate thing, and we don't really ask. And I actually would be uncomfortable to ask whites to speak about being white. It's like, because that could incite whiteness. I was like, I don't want to incite whiteness, but I think it's really interesting to kind of realize that while our demographics are changing and more people of color in terms is increasing, but the power still remains in whiteness. right? So we know countries like South Africa, who were run by a minority of whites, and the majority were people of color or African, right? And so demographics alone is not going to change the power structure, right? And so a lot of times liberals think that, oh, this is going to be over once we have more people of color and the demographics goes over 50%, and it's we'll win then, and no Trump will be able to win. I don't think that's a safe position. I really think that's actually a poor way to think about politics. It's really who have power and resources and media power and corporate power. That's where it's at. And you can have a very small minority of those people, which we do, who are able to represent and be more persuasive towards the rest of the population because they can talk about the world in certain ways, like Fox News and what have you. And they'll recreate racial issues. And it's also very interesting to look at. You had places like in Texas where, in some towns, I can't remember now the towns, where you had largely Mexican Americans voting for Trump, like by majority over Biden, right? And a lot of it was. It's very interesting because you can't think of demographics as kind of given of who they will vote for. There's a whole bunch of things that goes into people's decisions and which kind of direction they want to go into. And so it's a really complex issue. And I think liberals are a little bit too quick to think that demographics alone are going to change the politics. And it's a dangerous one. Yeah. Mm. And we know also Hispanics more and more are starting to vote Republican, right? American Jews have been a cornerstone of Democrats, but in certain regions of the United States, they are going more Republican.
Arab Americans, right?
In Detroit, like 40%, I can't remember exactly, voted for Trump. I mean, how do you think of that? They're a very Islamophobic, anti-Arab president, and yet they still voted for him, right?
Mm. So,
can I jump in?
Tish, jump in. Yep.
So I think that we have to denounce white supremacy, and like the media and like the narrative has to be about the harm that white supremacy causes, right? And the systemic nature of white supremacy. And like we're still doing this thing where we're making Black, Indigenous, and POC folks exceptional. It's like these exceptional groups, right? Whereas like we're still, not centered as the experts in mass, right? And around Blackness, I think, right? So there's been these two sort of adjacent sort of movements and hashtags and things, but everyone leans towards joy. Everyone leans towards like, this sort of jubilant expression of Blackness, right? Which is dope because like we are happy. And I think it, for Black women especially, it pushes against those stereotypes of, Black women as being difficult and angry and so on and so forth. But what's been sort of hushed and drowned out by that is Black excellence, which was a very intentional movement to move away from this sort of exceptionalism thing that has plagued us for so long, right? And I think I'm really curious, like I love that we, that Black, Indigenous, and POC folks our cultures are being centered and celebrated right now. I do love that. And also we are doctors and professors and lawyers and et cetera. And those things aren't being centered. We are still performing often, right? And as we, receive all of this money in philanthropy and the arts and so on and so forth, we're still sort of centering this performance element of ourselves for money from white folks and for like old white money still, right? So I'm interested in like, how do we just explicitly always say that white supremacy is the problem? How do we center the narrative around white supremacy as the problem, as what has always been the problem? And really like move away from the exceptionalism thing that we're kind of sometimes really complicit in and participating in. Like, how do we uplift and really center ourselves also as human beings? You know, like James Baldwin always talked about apathy, right? Apathy being the key, ignorance being the key to apathy, right? Because what folks don't know, they don't care about, right? And I think that the dehumanization of us is connected to this exceptionalism, is connected to the performance, to the performances that we always have to do. We don't get to just exist, right? The only time we are seen is when we are performing, when we are sharing the greatest parts of ourselves that are, you know, siphoned off and hung up in somebody's museum, right? Our traditional garb, our native tongues, you know what I mean? But not our intellect is often not at center and not celebrated, because only white folks get to be smart. And only those who, you know, 70 years ago were allowed to be considered white on the census get to be smart. And I think there's a whole section of us who have contributed so much to society who definitely deserve that, but we won't get there if we don't start just naming at every opportunity that we get that white supremacy is the problem, heteronormativity is the problem, patriarchy is the problem. Let's name it and let's talk about it.
Can I just add one thing? I really appreciate what you said, and I think definitely if you look at white supremacy in terms of class, you're definitely correct. Like the 1% is literally all white, right? But when we say white supremacy is the problem, I think what that does is it goes against what I'm trying to say about populism. Like if you want a movement that actually can transform the system, if we only use that language, we are going to lose, honestly. It is what's going to end up happening is that it places all whites into one category, and then it makes them align with each other. It's exactly what the master wants us to do, right? They did it in slavery. They took the Irish and turned, and made them ally with the owners of plantation against slaves. And this is, I think, if we only use white supremacy as the thing, we are going to be in a losing battle. And we have to think about that. And it's not to take away the element, and I agree, this is why I say I agree with what you say. Capitalism is a white supremacy system, for sure. And you can see that in the structures in the upper classes, and the CEOs, and who owns capital, right? And who owns the media stations, and publishing houses, and cultural productions. So it's white for sure. But there's a lot of sector, the majority of whites are not part of that. And if we only use those categories, they won't be, they will ally themselves with the white master. And
Go ahead, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, go ahead.
And that's pretty much it. I would love to hear what you say.
I think the way in which, so I don't associate white supremacy with a color, as you are saying. I don't, and I don't know many people that do anymore. So I think that there's a misunderstanding between you and I around this, because you're associating white supremacy with a group of people, which I do not. White supremacy for me is an ideology that can affect many people. And if we don't start to have that conversation, that's where the violence happens. And if we're afraid to say white supremacy because we think white supremacy is going to align or box in a group of only white people, that for me is where some of the problem is coming in, right? And that for me is white supremacy succeeding, because it's this sort of mind frame that white supremacy is actually about race, and it's not this ideological indoctrination that we've all been affected by. And there are folks who are buying into it. So for me, I have comrades who are read as white, but they don't identify as white, which is something that they've had to work hard to do to sort of get rid of this supremacist ideology that's been embedded into their minds. So they're Irish American. like, hey, homie, I'm not white. Don't call me white. I'm working to denounce white supremacy as a practice. Actually, I understand myself as an Irish American working class, such and such and so, fighting for the liberation of X, Y, and Z. So those are folks who are really doing the work of naming white supremacy as a problem and working against it for the liberation of oppressed peoples, right? And they wouldn't fit into sort of this sort of white supremacist power structure thing because they're working against that power. So I think for me, I'm saying let's name white supremacy and let's not limit ourselves to thinking, to holding on to this idea that white supremacy is only affecting white people or talking about white people, because it's not.
Thank you for that. And, oh, Vanessa, you wanted to jump in?
I actually have a question that is somewhat related to this, and I want to make sure we have time for this because we're almost out of time, unfortunately.
It is time for Q&A, so yes. Yeah. But thank you, Tish, for that comment.
Yes, thank you, Tish. And actually, this will continue this conversation, this question. While I fully agree that intercultural class solidarity is vital, I also believe in things like reparations for African Americans. By shifting to a more populist lens, are we not glossing over America's original crimes? What are some ways that we can promote cross-cultural solidarity while affirming the debts owed to American descendants of slaves?
Is that a question for me, you think?
I mean, it is probably...
I think both of you can take a turn at it. I'd be interesting, since I think this was specifically in response to your comment about that the cultural lens and wanting to make things more appealing to the masses.
Sure.
I'd love to get your response to this first, Cal.
It's good because it shows the complexities of this issue, and definitely we should bring in issues like reparations and not be afraid to talk about race-specific issues. And I hope no one takes out that I'm trying to remove, like talking about race. And so reparations and definitely police. And policing and the question of how it targets specific demographics, especially African Americans, and right, all those things should definitely be part of our politics. It's not like, oh, let's marginalize that so we can be populist. Bring this in, but also bring in and be ready to talk about questions of class and other issues and class culture and the need for bringing in a larger class consciousness together. Like at times it can be reparations. It doesn't mean like we can't talk about reparations. And then at other times to be inclusive and talk about the concern of white working class folks who are slowly being disenfranchised in this country, right? They are also under attack. But yet I think within mainstream liberal discourses, they're not even thought about, right? It's if they are thought about, oh, we'll do education, and that's what I'm talking about. So it's not to leave behind issues are specific to race. That's very important. We should keep it. Same with sexuality. Same with all these things. They have to be part of our politics. And but to increase our, the rainbow politics of Jesse Jackson. I really like that kind of image. The rainbow politics, like increase our issues and demands and go to rural areas and try to bring in rural intellectuals from those areas and have them part of the politics. And so multiply rather than just remove our discussion of race so we can do populism. No, that's not it. Yeah.
Tish, do you want to address that question as well? Do you have thoughts on it?
I'm always like reparations, yes, reparations now, reparations yesterday, reparations 100 years ago. Yes. So for me, I'm when I am saying things about interculturality, like I'm really thinking about the ways in which we can work across culture to advance the causes that we have in our respective communities, right? When someone else is not in the room. And I was a part of a fellowship called ELI, it was the Intercultural Leadership Institute, and I think it was a really good sort of learning place and seeds this idea for me, because what happened was when Native folks weren't in the room, we were talking about, we were fully immersed in this process and this practice and this education where it was like, nah, fam, we really got to think about what it means to give Native folks back their land, what it means, like that's such an important thing. And when Black folks aren't in the room, what does it mean to continue and be having a conversation about reparations? What does it mean to be advocating for Black lives when Black folks aren't in the room, and so on and so forth? So I'm in no way, shape, or form ever saying like, let's not talk about reparations, let's not talk about genocide, let's not talk about whatever the issue is. What I do believe though is that for me, interculturality is an opportunity for us to learn more about each other, because one of the things that that I see running rampant is like anti-Blackness. And again, to go back to James Baldwin, ignorance breeding apathy, right, is that there are so many folks that I've witnessed in my life who have never seen Black folks before, right? Like I go to rural communities and I'm the first Black person that this child has seen in real life, or that this young adult has seen in real life. And phone calls are made before I get to place X, Y, or Z. They know that I'm coming. They know before I get there, but they want to have this experience with this Black person who's doing this hip hop education thing or whatever. Those are dangerous situations. They're uncomfortable situations. And I think that work across cultures can sort of help mitigate some of those things and some of those experiences. I think that, so anyway, I'm pro sort of us having cultural immersion experiences to learn more about each other, specifically in communities with the history of being oppressed under the auspices of white supremacy and heteronormative patriarchy, because we also have had the same tactics used against us. So I think about boarding schools in Native communities and boarding schools in Black communities. And there are some things that are just not talked about, like it's not popular discourse to talk about the fact that Black people also had to experience and live in boarding schools, right? And that there's some of these structures that we were housed in still exist in the US South, right? And our babies are still being found. There are certain things, and it's like when we have these experiences and we're talking about these things and we're trying to heal from these things, what does it mean to think about and have these conversations in solidarity? What does it mean to sort of organize cross-culturally and demand certain things for ourselves, right? Like, which is not an anti-reparations conversation. I'm mega here for reparations. I'm also here for the things that we can learn from one another and what camaraderie looks like.
Thank you, Tish. Just because we haven't heard from Kathy in a long time, I'm just wondering if you have any comments you'd like to share at this point.
I'm actually just interested in some of the questions that are coming in, to tell you the truth. I know we only have a few minutes left, so I don't think I have anything to add to this current conversation that hasn't been.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, and I'm actually here just for the question part, so you're wondering why I've been sitting here. This is my role here, and it seems this question is for me, actually. Artists of color on artist panels are expected to have all the answers to ending racism, basically how white people should solve the problem of white supremacy. I'm wondering if Vanessa sees white composers, music makers doing this work, and how. Okay, so a couple of things I want to pull out of our conversation earlier, and then please, we have a little bit of time if there's another question for any of our panelists. I think what we've really brought forward in this conversation is systems. White supremacy is a system, right? It's an idea, as both of you have expressed, and I think that includes white people. What we don't want to do is center the white narrative, but white people have to be a part of this, as you've expressed. The way I see this is us taking responsibility and being a part of the conversation, making a lot of mistakes along the way, as I do, but not sitting back and doing the white savior thing or listening to these conversations and feeling bad and going home doing nothing about it. We have to be active. We have to learn. We have to listen. We also have to be an active participant. And I just wanted to bring forward something from the panel yesterday, and part of this ongoing work that ACF is doing with innocent technologies. It's about stereotypes. It's about also the human connection that we have one-on-one with each other, the relationships that we have, just as Tish was talking about being in rural communities and meeting people who had never seen a person who looked like her before. They now have a relationship. There's now a stereotype or an idea of this monolithic idea of a Black person that can be disrupted because of a human connection. So, and Julian mentioned yesterday in the panel too, we have to replace racism with something, and hopefully it is this quality of human connection and human value. So that's my quick answer to that. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any, or any other comments from our panel.
If that's the case, it's 10:55. I know we were supposed to wrap this up and make space for the next panel that's coming along, Vanessa, but I just want to take a moment to thank all of our guests for what has really been a fabulous and rich conversation. I've come away with a lot to think about, and I hope all of our audience members have too. Thank you so much to all three of you for your time. And I know we've shared links for all of you in the chat so that people can explore your work and find out more about you and see what else you're up to. But thank you, Tish, thank you, Khaldun, and thank you, Kathy, for all of this. And thank you, Vanessa, for the opportunity. It's been really a wonderful conversation.
Thank you so much to all of you. It's our pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Until next time.
Take care.
And I am pleased to introduce Damian Strange, my colleague at ACF, our Director of Community and Belonging, who's going to take stage.
We're done, but we're not on, right? Okay, good.
We are on, but they're going to move over to him.
Should we go?
All right. Thank you so much for this wonderful panel. Thank you. It was really thought-provoking. So thank you, Tish Jones, Khaldun, and we will be right back with a land acknowledgement and a performance by Jada Brown.
behind you, got you covered here for around the world to see. You want me so, 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 so. Oh, my brother, man, I got the key. We'll make it over so deliciously. True, it was never built for you or me. I'ma show you how it's gonna be, so come along with me. My brother only milk and honey, a reconstruction built especially. Top of mountain press for you and me. Come to show him how it's gonna be. Why don't you sing it with me? My brother, man, I got the key. We'll make it over so deliciously. True, it was never built for you or me. I'ma show you how it's gonna be, so come along. My brother only milk and honey, a reconstruction built especially. Top of mountain crest for you and me. Come to show him how it's gonna be. Why don't you sing it with me? Deep down, deep down, yeah, ooh, deep down, deep down,
waiting for it to get done. We start at 12:30. Huh?
AFC honors and acknowledges the Anishinaabe and Dakota people, the ancestral caretakers of this land. We take this time to consider the acts of violence, displacement, and unjust treatment towards them that have occurred over many generations, including the present. We offer our respect and gratitude to the elders of the past, to the living today, and to those who will come in the future for their careful stewardship of this land and its resources, and for the rich cultural legacy they will continue to create here. I now introduce artist and local music maker, Jada Brown, to present her musical offering and acknowledgement.
Greetings. Thank you, Miigwech, to the Artist Equity Summit for having me today, and to the crew here at SPIN headquarters. I'm just gonna start off with this first song. My head, my biggest enemy, no matter how hard I try to forget, it comes crawling back. Test after test they throw at me, waiting for the collapse. Relapse into my past, who ain't ever had a friend to me. They come sneaking back like enemies, don't want the best for me. Cheap thrills and stranger sex, who don't got my back? Who am I gonna call family when I ain't letting anyone get close to me? let me be, I scream. Oh, oh, yeah. They want a friend of me. Ooh. They want a friend of me. Come back like enemies, disguised as family. They want a friend of me. Come back like enemies who are our family. They want a friend of me. Come back like enemies, disguised as family. They want a friend of me. Come back like enemies, disguised as family. Oh, oh, yeah. They want a friend of me. Meditate, the dull aches away until I awake to a higher intellectual state. They say you gain power from pain. All I'm trying to do is maintain, keep the focus on a greater purpose, transcending vision. Don't care about winning, I was gifted with ambition. The end is inevitable, so what do you bring to the table? This work is a constant, now how are you gonna engage with the process? My headspace, stay in the cosmos, never been worshipping banknotes. So what's a move? Search for the force behind it. There's always a force behind it. Get to know the teachings that drive you. Respect, observe, and onward. Respect, observe, and onward. Respect, observe, and onward. They want a friend of me. Come back like enemies, disguised as family. They want a friend of me. Come back like enemies. All right, so my name is Jada Brown. I'm a descendant of the Turtle Mountain Band of Ojibwe, and I reside in South Minneapolis. These are a collection of songs I wrote about escaping the assaults on the physical and spiritual and making my own new reality. And that first song was called Onward, and the second one is called Lost. And this is about reconnecting to my native tongue, Anishinaabe and remembering feeling that when I relearn the language for my family, what that feels like reconnecting. So this next song is called Lost. Hey, hey, no, What is lost when a language is lost? When the body language don't match, when the motion becomes hard to enact what is intact. When you can't find the words to express the emotions flow in a distant ocean, when you can't process the feelings, let the numbness sink in. Let the numbness sink in. Ooh, let the numbness sink in. Oh, 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 oh. Hear the waves whisper only a little while longer. Question again, what make it tick again? Find the courage to ask what is self-sustaining, and then in instant it all come crashing down to red surface, buried purpose. What made hearts weak like that? Hold on tight, worries carry distress, 'cause it's a different stillness. This next song that I'm going to be doing is called Admiration, and it's an ode to self-love and tapping into your intuition and your inner strength that you've always had. Alone, but not so scared, she pulls through a bright sense of self, built upon generations of strength. Drop the ego or let it lose you. Calls out to her surroundings, knowing there's more words to life than what we speak. Search for the longing deep in your gut, pushes you further, shining heart star, star, star. Know your name and what it's worth. Good things will come once you seek what's inside. Grow to know yourself once, work and pray. Thank the ones who blessed you with your name. Ease your mind, let your eyes rise. You know God's up above, won't leave your side. Trust a step even though they question it. Know it all leads to your destined path, your path. Don't forget that. Trials and tribulations, get to know, to respect and accept these tests. Love makes life meaningful of questions. Answers lead to more, but these are blessings. Ooh, don't be fooled by attaining plastic wisdom. Patience knows no bounds, so don't disrespect it. Your endurance has always been within, waiting for you to blossom into gleaming earth, moving water, ever-changing admiration. In the blink of an eye, you are just who you are. Stripped down to the essence of your kin, you are never alone. This next song is called Rose-Colored Glasses. The song is kind of acknowledging the different paths that are placed in front of us as we go through this journey. And taking that path that's more wholesome and true to yourself. Different day, clear the clouded haze to find what you held so close can leave this world. You were so bright. Take the footsteps on a crowded path to go. but be careful. You may not know what you're searching for. Ooh. Take off them rose-colored glasses. 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 Take off them. Stop in your tracks. You just felt a sense. All that familiar scent came back. Don't you miss that? Feelings got you thinking what you could have done. Whoa, before the pain became too much, it hurts to recall your touch. Starry-eyed, sun-kissed skin, knew you longed for that rush. Nearly bliss you shone through your brokenness. Take off them rose-colored glasses. 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 Take off. Oh, oh, yeah.
All right. This last song that I will be performing today is called Still the Same. As I take a look around the environmental destruction around me. The water is drying up on this land, as you've seen in recent weeks.
Distraught by deep flailing. Oh, I escaped to another place where I feel home. In my bones to the edge of earth, deep in the abyss, shattering distance, silence reaches far expanse of turf, calls out in winds that carry lost voices, catastrophe. There's a witness, content in all natural chaos. Your inner child needs creep to the surface. Years that go unsaid, find a way to our heads. I often can't figure out how to get down from out the clouds. You whisper in my ear, Small hushes, sweet nothing brings me a purpose, swimming in a sea of green, to wash up on shore, a happy sigh of relief. Oh. Thank you for joining me today and for joining on the summit.
Jada Brown, thank you so much. Yay! On behalf of everybody behind screens right now, we're clapping for you. That was beautiful. And just such a wonderful example of how music can be such a powerful way to bring forward stories, to tell different perspectives. We're so grateful to you, Jada. Thank you. If you're just joining us, this is the Artist Equity Summit hosted by the American Composers Forum here at the St. Paul Neighborhood Network, unceded lands of the Ojibwe, Anishinaabe, and Dakota people. This is our third, what we hope will be an annual event at American Composers Forum. We support and advocate for music creators of today. So those are people who create music through organized and creation of new sound. We really believe that this storytelling is a way for us to engage in conversation, to understand different perspectives, and to bring people together. And I hope that the conversations, if you have been with us today, and the music that you've heard, have helped to bring forward those ideas and ways to engage with us and the artists that we represent. You've been hearing music throughout this time when we've been in between sessions, all from our Innova recording label. So innova.mu is where you can go to hear more. We have nearly 700 albums that we have published over the years. In addition to obviously the live performances and the many artists that you've heard, we have all of their links. I hope that you'll visit them, support them, follow them, commission them, and continue to be part of our ecosystem. Composersforum.org is our website, and you can click on Artist Equity Summit to learn more about the full schedule of events for today. It is now my honor to introduce our final panel of the Artist Equity Summit, which is what we learned from Indigenous cultures. This is going to be moderated by Brent Michael Davids. And I'm very honored to have him join us now to introduce the rest of the panel. Again, composersforum.org to learn more about each of our panelists and also find us on social media. Thank you. On to you now, Brent.
Hey, yes. We have, panels, they can introduce themselves, can't they? Do you want me to do my 10 minutes or are we just doing introductions?
Go ahead and do your 10 minutes and then we'll introduce the rest of the panelists.
Okay. What I wanted to say, more than talk about myself or my career, I wanted to raise an issue because I see it being important for this kind of discussion and also important for the Composers Forum about this whole issue of defining things and interactions between indigenous people and the larger mainstream American culture. Because there's a major translation problem with terminology and concepts. In the West, in Western European America is highly compartmentalized. There are, what like Stephen Jay Gould called non-overlapping magisteria. That comes from a famous argument between science and religion, like who controls what, right? And so there's this this idea that science can determine how something works and religion determines why something works, right? I happen to not buy into that view, and I don't think that view is as particularly indigenous, because science, for one, doesn't fit that box. Science can question everything, including religion. So it doesn't fit the mold. And I think from an indigenous point of view, there are things in Western culture that don't fit the mold. And that's a critique and also a commentary and a gift that indigenous life can bring to Western thought and in America. And I think we can look at a couple terms and concepts and we can see it very clearly. One would be looking at the word person or people, right? Most tribes were named after people. Lenni Lenape is original people. Mohicans, Mahikaniak are the river people. Oneida are the standing stone people, and on and on and on. We're named people. If you take the idea of people or personhood from a Western concept, it actually means human beings. It's a very small box that means humans. And outside of that, there's no personhood, right? But you look at it from an indigenous perspective, people, the idea of personhood extends beyond human beings. So you've got an idea of respect and reverence for non-human beings, people, plants, rocks, the earth, the sky, the universe, right? And we see ourselves inside the indigenous communities in extended kinship ties. And there's a reverence and a reciprocity, a barter and exchange, the giving and exchanging and receiving gifts. And that's how the culture functions. And it's not just lighthearted, it's life and death reciprocity. It's life and death important. It's sort of the foundation of how indigenous life works. And it has a value and a critique of the way of the compartmentalization of Western life. You can look at, that's just one example. There's a couple others. You can take the word sacred, for instance. I'm an atheist, so I don't have a dog in this fight, whether something's sacred or not. But it allows me to step back and take a look at this a little bit. In the West, there's a long history of sacred, coming from the Latin, sacra. Then you've got sociologist Durkheim coming up with this idea of the sacred versus the profane, or the secular. So you've got a dualism that's happening with sacredness. Then you've got, it being confirmed in modern times with even a book by the same title, Mircea Eliada's The Sacred and the Profane. So you've got a dualistic view that incorporates sacred. And that's a long, long history on the Western European side of the equation. It's new for Native Americans. The word sacred and that idea is a loan word. We borrowed it. So when we use the word sacred, we're not using it in the same way, where it's a non-dualistic idea within Native culture. So there is a translation error here. You wouldn't have like somebody saying this is sacred water and then turn around and say that's profane water over there. No, it's all sacred, right? So that the compartmentalization it breaks down inside indigenous culture. It doesn't exist the same way as it does outside Native culture. And that's a translation problem again. Coming probably from the Renaissance, you've got in Western civilization, you've got the arts. There's no word for art or music in indigenous culture, but in the West, you have the art, you have music, you have composers, you've got dance, you've got theater, you've got poetry, you've got all these separate magisteria of the arts, and they're all compartmentalized in their little sections of life, and they're thought of that way. And they're so compartmentalized in a way that when you do have artists that function in between those ideas, they're functioning between magisteria, then you have to come up with a new concept. Instead of, we come up with another concept of mixed media, which combines this and this together, mixed media. It's another compartment trying to fix the problem of compartmentalization. And intermedia, all those different ways of thinking about it. But what I'm trying to say is that, Native culture is inherently decompartmentalizing. It's non-compartmentalized. It's more holistic, more integrative. It's concerned more with all life, all in existence. And it's a more holistic way of looking at the world. And that also has found a commentary on even what the composer form's trying to do. With the word like music and composer, we don't have the word in most indigenous cultures for music because it's not defined the same way. It would be like songs, or it would be a verb like add ing to song, songing, or musicking inside the culture. And it's a wider, greater expanse. It would be beyond human beings. I mean, birds can do songing as well, not just human beings. So imagine, the idea of birds doing art. That exists in Native cultures. That concept would exist that way, but not in Western world so much. So there's a difference translation issue going on. And this, the final thought, I guess, is that the composer forum is, in a way, it's kind of going through an identity crisis. Years ago in Minnesota, there was two people, Libby Larson and Stephen Paulus, who they realized that there was no place for classical concert music to go. There was no support, so they decided to form a support group for that specific genre of music. So they did, and then they grew into the Minnesota Composers Forum. Then other places in the country said, hey, that's a great idea. They started forming groups themselves, and then the Minnesota Composer Forum became the American Composer Forum with chapters all over the country. Now there's fewer chapters, but now the American Composer Forum has grown to be this big, huge organization. But now they're in a crisis, an identity crisis, because of things like Black Lives Matters and missing and murdered Indigenous women and the civil rights movement again is just hitting us today. So this identity crisis is not something of the Composer Forum's own making. This has existed way before the Composer Forum. There's rampant misogyny and rampant racism in the whole history of, like, for instance, concert music and classical music. It just is there. So the same way that Native Americans can take an idea like the sacred and change the meaning of it, change it from a dualistic idea to a singular overarching idea, like, we're borrowing this word from Western culture, but we're using it in a completely different way. You can hold it up to society and say, this is a mirror on a different way to think about this idea. Look, and then the same thing, the Composer Forum and all of us, we can turn to the history of classical music and concert music and say, look, here's composer, here's music. And we can look at that and say, here's a different way of thinking about this in the future. And that's kind of how I'm seeing this search for a new adaptive identity for the Composers Forum. And it's wonderful that Indigenous people are involved in this, because we have a special gift. We have built into our cultures ways of compartmentalizing life. And there's certain ways we do that. And it's self-taught. Like, we, on purpose, we teach ourselves how to decompartmentalize our lives over and over and over again. And we've done that for hundreds and thousands of years. So there's a gift that Native people have to give to this discussion. And at that point, I'd like to just go ahead and turn it over to our first panelists, Sharon and Kirby.
Bujun and Indaway Maganidug, Nagamo Ingan and Dishnakaz, Wabashashin Donam, Ojibwe Koyan down, Dishnesha Madeo, Madewana Koyan down. I'm hoping you're hearing me. My English name is Sharon Day, and I'm the executive director of the Indigenous Peoples Task Force. And I come from Boys Fort, which is people of the strong woods. And it's not saying much to Brent for the things that he talked about. I think it's it's so true. When I was a kid growing up up north, my dad would take us outside and we'd sit under a pine tree, and he would do a teaching of where we came from in that sandy soil underneath that pine tree. And then and he would give us his teaching and say, this is where we came from. And when he was done, he would sing a song and we would dance. And through that, not only the story, but the song and the dancing, that helped to imprint those teachings, not only in our mind and in our heart, but in our body as well. And so we have, we do think and live differently. And part of that is through the things that we do on a daily basis. For instance, we have songs that are ancient songs, and they're in our language, and they still live today because we still practice those ceremonies. So at the beginning of the day, we might have an offering, a sema, and then we in part of that offering is singing. And we believe that those vibrations from through that song or drum or shaker, they go out into the universe, and at some point they come back to us. And so what we put out into the universe, we want to send our very best messages and our very best, because that is going to come back to us. So, for instance, my relatives right now, they're harvesting wild rice. And before they go out on the lake, they make that offering, they sing that tobacco song, and they harvest the rice. When our babies come into the world, we sing them into the world. My sister, when she was having her last child, she was having a really hard time. And we were in the hospital and she was wanting to leave. And I told her, no, you can't leave now. And I didn't know what else to do. So I started singing. And we sang every song we knew until that baby was born. And, so songs are part of our everyday life. And, whether it's planting, traveling, we sing. And some of the songs are ancient, and some are songs that, if we're lucky, drop into our mind and into our heart, and we give voice to them. Just gonna say, what Brent was saying about we don't have words for, we don't compartmentalize things. This couple years ago, we walked the Missouri River, and I made a song, some songs along that walk, and there was another singer, songwriter, artist person with me, and she made songs too. And I felt like that journey was so important. I wanted to memorialize it, and so I wrote a play, and we called it a musical because there were songs in it. But really, the songs were part of our experience, part of telling that story as we went. I was going to say one more thing, and that is today I'm in New York City, and of course it's 9/11, and almost every single one of us remember where we were on that morning, and a few months later, I was invited to go to New York City with some women ministers who were going to interview people who were the first responders. And so we went to, Ground Zero, and I brought some tobacco ties with me, Asema, and I placed them there. And when I was there, this song came to me. And so because I'm here in New York City, I'm going to sing that song. And it's very simple. And this is what was in my mind and in my heart at that moment. Magic and miracles, magic and miracles, magic and miracles is what we need now. Magic, miracles, magic and miracles, magic, miracles is what the world needs now. And, and that is really what we need right now. And, we have many different words for the sacred. We have many different languages to speak of that, but that's really what the world needs now, and is a return to the connection to the earth. To everything is beautiful because there's so much beauty in the world, and we fail to see it because of that sort of kind of duality that Brent was talking about that we get stuck in. You're either for me or against me, and as human beings, we all need to be together if we're going to have a life for our great-great-grandchildren. And so speaking of great-great-grandchildren and grandchildren, I'm turn it over to my grandson, Kirby, and he'll talk a little bit about our practice in our theater. Miigwech.
Thank you, Sharon, aka Grandma. Buju, Wendigo Andishnakas, Mangan and Dodum. My given name at birth is Sir Curtis Kirby III, but everybody knows me by Kirby. It's an honor to be here on this panel with my elders and a lot of the people that have paved the way for me to even be here today. Growing up, I am a African American, and I'm also Anishinaabe. I'm from Bois Fort, Band of Ojibwe, about 90 minutes from the Canadian border. And growing up, I really grew up heavy with culture. Much of my Ojibwe culture, as little as I can remember, I danced at powwows and I went to ceremonies for as long as I could remember. So art and music seems to be, a lot of people say that they go to school for art or they studied art, but I feel like my whole life has prepared me to do what I do today. I'm a director of the Kituan Acting Ensemble, which is a group of Native youth from the Twin Cities, urban Indigenous youth that are about the ages 11 to, we used to cap it off at 17, but now we're starting, oftentimes young adults don't have a place to go in the meantime, while they're at school or if they don't go to school for performing arts. So we're trying to keep those doorways open so they can transition into their practice as young adults and as they move into their adult years. So I'll say about 11 to in early 20s we're operating at right now, and we conduct our own plays, and everything that we present is written by our youth or our staff, and people call it devised work, and we just call it telling our stories. And oftentimes we haven't been able to tell our stories, and so I think it's a perfect place to share our culture. Kind of as they were talking about ahead of me. It's a part of us. Everything that we do starts with a song, and so like Sharon says, we offer that a same one, and that comes with a song. And after that, we speak for the water, and that comes with a song. And then before we feast, that comes with a song. And before we leave, that comes with a song. and our pieces are our theater pieces are devised much in that way. You know, most of the time when we come in, we'll come in with music, and our piece will have music, and then when we end the, you know, there'll be music throughout, and then when we end the piece, that also has music, and a lot of our kids are not formally trained or not even in choirs, anything like that. I had the pleasure of growing up, and I was in the Metropolitan Boys Choir from, I think, from the ages of I think I was in fourth grade to like eighth grade, so at least a good 4 years, and we sang much of the Twin Cities, but we also traveled. Uh, yeah, we traveled much of the United States as well, singing, and so I had the I guess what people would call it, of the best of both worlds. But when you grow up and you're doing traditional music, there is no much of our culture is done by storytelling and orally, you know. So it's more of something that you have to listen to and pay attention to get those things. We weren't allowed able to practice our language, or, you know, as they would call it, you know, spirituality, our culture, our religion, until 1978. So some of you guys think about when you were born and when we were able to practice our ways. And so a lot of things come from passing down stories or passing down songs. And most of the time there'll be people in the room, and, you know, there'll be 5 people, and they'll be making sure that they fine tune and create the song how it is. And so it really comes from, it's about who's right or who's wrong. It's about what you remember and what can you bring to the piece. And we teach our kids that same way. When Sharon is conducting and learning a song, it's not, she doesn't just come sing it for them, or, you know, it's not a recording that we're going to play over of somebody else's music. They will get together and they will learn how to sing the song, and they'll each have, you know, most of the time there's 4 leads in our at least a Anishinaabe or Ojibwe, there's 4 leads in a song. And so everyone will Sharon will start with the first lead, and then she'll pass it down to each of them. And so where I am not where I do not, you know, compose music myself, I am one that makes sure that we are continuing to pass down those traditions and pass the music down through our arts. So, Miigwech for allowing me to be here and say my words. I'll pass it back to Brent.
Hey, okay, thank you. Are we holding questions until later at the end, or we can just move right along to Nina and Jessica if you're ready? Let's do that. Okay, take it away.
Okay. You can hear me? Okay. Yeah, I do. Jessica Bissett Perea, Sheila Kilan. Dena ina ishlan shida. Kana ana ishlan shida. Kana katnu shagu shagaya kilanda. Sheldina rele te ana ishlan shida. Shkizlan reyatnu. Shukta alenita shagu kotan reyatna reluda. John Carlos Perea Shken. Josephine Sta'a, Jacob Shea. Yalamu, Ramaya Tusholoni Ethlena, Shaguya Studa, Puta Toy, Patwin Ethlena, Ka, Shaguya Studa, Chinan Hesh Keshashnu, Dina Inak Dudate Sheet. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm thankful if I can talk to you this way. I am learning the Dena'ina language. My name is Jessica Bissett Perea. I am Upper Tikatnu, or Cook Inlet Dena'ina, and an enrolled member of the Kanik tribe. My mother's family are of the Mountain Clan, and I was born in Reyatnu, or what is currently known as Anchorage, and raised on my ancestral homelands. John Carlos Perea is my husband, Josephine and Jacob are our children, and I currently live on Chocheño Ohlone land, currently known as Berkeley, California, and I currently work on Patwin land, or Putatoy, currently known as Davis, California. I am a double bassist and vocalist. I've earned degrees in music education and music history, and I am currently an associate professor and graduate advisor in Native American Studies at the University of California, Davis. A few of my current projects include co-directing the Radical and Relational Approaches to Food Fermentation and Food Security project, which is supported by an international partnership with researchers from Ilisimatussafark, Krahlelid, Nunat, also known as the University of Greenland and Nuuk, Greenland. and co-convening an Asia-Pacific Indigenous Studies seminar in partnership with researchers from the University of Malaya in what is now known as Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. My first book that I'll talk a little bit about later on is called Sound Relations, Native Ways of Doing Music History in Alaska, which is coming out next month on Oxford University Press. And Chinangeli, I'll turn it over to Nina.
Thank you so much, Jessica. I want to start out by acknowledging the Gabrielina Tongva peoples as the traditional land caretakers of the Tavangar, currently known as the Los Angeles Basin, where I'm now talking to you from. And I'm a professor of musicology at UCLA, and as probably most of you know, UCLA is a land-grant institution, so it's really important for me and for my institution to pay our respect to the ancestors, elders, and relations past, present, and emerging from this land and the resources that we're partaking in using at this very moment. I started out as a singer, and there were just so many questions that came out in my being trained as a classical singer, as an opera singer, the kind of repertoire that I was asked to engage with then, that I started working with somebody Jessica is going to mention in a few minutes, George Lewis, to try to examine all these questions that came up. And that led me to eventually become a professor of musicology, and now very recently, and we're also going to talk about this today, the founder and director of the Peer Lab here at UCLA, and that's an acronym for the Practice-Based Experimental Epistemology Research Lab. And we're going to also try to talk about each of those words in that very long name. Before I hand it over to Jessica again, I just want to mention that I've written 2 books that some of you might be interested in, and it all connects to what we're going to talk about here today. One is called Sensing Sound, Singing and Listening as Vibrational Practice, and it's very much connected to land and space and acoustics and the specificity of that. And the second is called The Race of Sound, Singing, Listening, Timbre, and Vocality in African American Music, but it's really about how we are racializing one another and the world by the way that we listen to each other's voices. So I'm going to hand it over to Jessica again.
And we also wanted to start by giving thanks to Vanessa for the invitation to speak today, to Jada for offering a phenomenal musical acknowledgement, to Brent for opening up the space and framing his experiences, a few I'll come back to in my comments, and to Sharon and Kirby for sharing their information about their critical work that they're doing with the Indigenous Peoples Task Force. So Shinangeli. Part of what we want to do, and what Nina and I have been doing together for years now, is rooted what I would explain as kind of an invitational ethic. And in intertribal performance spaces in Alaska, where I'm from, there is a drum song genre known as the invitational, where everyone present in the performance space is invited to dance regardless of who they are and where they come from. And in this way, an invitational dance facilitates moments of radical and relational ways of being in space and time. And the way that Nina and I approach the work with the Peer Lab in particular, but just over the nearly a decade now of working together, is really deeply rooted in this ethic, and that we know, and to use Alaska parlance, it'll take a village or 2 or more of many people doing many different kinds of work to generate transformative changes for Indigenous, Black, and peoples of color, locally and then nationally and globally. So we're thankful to be invited into this space and to be in conversation with those of you who are here today. And as 2 scholars, Nina and I, whose people's logics and projects have been historically excluded in the field of music research, which is where most of our comments are based today, Nina and I have been working together through a number of projects and initiatives which all seek to name and mark heteronormative, ableist, colonial, and racializing formations and structures in music and sound studies in particular, but academia more broadly. In this work, we encounter many challenges, as you can imagine, but we also have identified many opportunities to do the work that can bring about meaningful and lasting forms of change and equity. So we have two main points today that we're kind of riffing off of our inspiration to two muses, both of whom happen to be named George. And the first kind of point that we want to explain in a little bit more detail is indebted to composer George Lewis, who in his naming and theorizing of a more than Western logics in his 1996 work, Improvised Music After 1950, Afrological and Eurological Perspectives, he really gets at naming something that we all tend to take for granted. In addition to the dissonance that Brent mentioned earlier in terms of the dissonances that come with needing to define things or have only one definition for things, is something that pardon me, we are very much working against, certainly in our academic contexts. And as any Indigenous, Black, or person of color who has been trained or has rather survived the disciplining of a music education will tell you, our people's logics and projects are not valued, and these are overwhelmingly settler colonial spaces. So Nina and I will explain how we're working to invite, include, and amplify Indigenous ways of knowing, or what we'll call Indigilogics today in these research settings. The second point is about density, which comes from our inspiration and work with historian George Lipsitz, whose seemingly endless generosity and insistence on not focusing on what music is, so those singular definitions, but what it could be. And we'll describe that as kind of a both-and formulation rather than an either-or, which to me is always a settler imposition. So we want to advance ways of listening and composing and musicking, performing, presenting of the arts in ways that recognize a universalism that's rich with particulars. I think I heard in the panel before ours, too, that this is not obviously just an issue that Indigenous peoples face. And where the word density even comes from is from a Black historian, Robin D.G. Kelly, talking about the need to recognize the density of Blackness, of Black being. And there are Indigenous scholars who have heard that call and responded with needing to recognize the density of Indigenous being. And so I will now turn it back to Nina for a discussion of our first kind of idea or intervention as making spaces for Indigilogics.
Thank you, Jessica. As a Norwegian, I have felt, we felt the kind of geographical affinity as well, and the kind of weather affinity, Jessica and I. So that's maybe the other just very personal connection that we've had, Jessica. And I am a Norwegian, and that makes me a person that hasn't really made sense in any places I've occupied. For instance, so I'm adopted to Norway from South Korea, and I grew up as my brother and sister are also adopted into a white family, and we grew up as the only non-white people in the village that we lived. And it was even in the 70s, 80s, people thought I was from Africa, for instance. That's how homogeneously white that space was. So I didn't make sense in that space. And then moving to the United States, I was, of course, tagged or labeled as Asian or Asian American or as Korean or Korean American. And I have, unfortunately, no cultural affinity to that geography or that big lump of cultures we just put into Asian, and also not to Korea, given my upbringing. So that also didn't make sense to me, even though it may have made sense visually to the world around me. And then when I finally was able to visit South Korea as an adult, I also didn't make sense there because I'm not a Korean, and the way I walk and the way I carry myself is very obviously not Korean, as is beyond not knowing the language. So in many ways, I'm illegible, a disruptor, and in Korea, a reminder of shame, where adopting away their children. That has made me just incredibly sensitive to the specificity of space, whether it's acoustic or cultural or social or historical space. And that had kind of forced me to always be aware of the site specificity of the way that we or people make sense of us. And, this could be understood in a very negative way, but I've thought that about how we could use this in a productive way, or how I could use this in a productive way. And taking it to music, to me, this has taught me to think about music in this very materially specific way. And I think about that as an intermaterial vibrational practice. So each sounding of something always taking place through a very specific material, in a very specific acoustic space, and with specific people that are that music is being played through their own bodily materiality, that being the definition of hearing or sensing music. And we can think about that as a kind of relational practice, those two words, relational and practice or practices. And I think we could also think about that in relationship to, as Jessica mentioned earlier, as an indigeologics. As Jessica mentioned, we have been having all these wide-ranging conversations about the specificity of being women in academia, women of color in academia, and the challenges and opportunities that we find within that space. And that led me to propose to create this practice-based experimental epistemology research lab, the Peer Lab. And Jessica was foundational in the very first projects that we articulated, and just to come into that thought to the very begin with. And one of the things that were important for us was that this space could be an inward-facing place where we could actually do the work, where we didn't have to justify our work every day, every quarter, every fiscal year. And so that's the kind of space we've been doing, where we can work on our practices and create that social, cultural, communal space for people who want to explore that with us. And I wanted just to I'll explain one of the kind of interesting institutional problems with that later. Just to mention a few of the projects we're doing in the Peer Lab, one very big one is to try to name the Eurocentric Eurologic that dominates Western music thinking. And specifically, we see this kind of thinking in all music curricula in the United States, in Europe, and I would say throughout the world, even spaces where other musics are belong to the history of that people. Western music Eurologics dominate very often the academic music educational space. So we want to name that, make that clear, and try to articulate the ethics of that and the harm of that kind of logic. So that's a big multiple year project that we're working on now. And then just to mention another project very briefly, we created a summit for people who were working with practice-based research. One of these, I think one of the major methodologies of indigeologics. And that's an ongoing conversation as well. We had a few days together in the spring, and we're really interested to see what comes out of that. And I do want to mention that that was planned with Ellen Waterman, who is a professor at Carleton University in Canada. And I want to pass it on to you then, Jessica.
Yeah, I think that in terms of making space and naming, my work with scientists right now, I'm working a lot with food science and technology professors and thinking about the role of performing arts, indigenous performing arts practices in these kind of multisensorial realms of food and gathering. And it was really wonderful to hear Sharon and Kirby talking about the importance of song in those spaces of planting, of gathering, of harvesting and eating together, that song and sound has an integral place in those processes. That part of what I think any institution, universities, the American Composers Forum can do is what one might call asking indigeneity questions, right? And more broadly, indigeneity, as I'll talk about it here, can also be parsed as positionality, which is a major kind of rhetorical and action-based move that is happening in Native American and critical Native American studies, where the question could be, what happens to our composing, performing, researching, and arts presenting practices if we put Indigenous peoples, places, and projects at its center? And in this way, further questions, what do Indigilogics want? And what do Indigilogics take? And what do Indigilogics do? Because at the end of the day, a major dissonance, to go back to some of Brent's comments, between so-called Western ways of knowing and Indigenous ways of knowing is this idea of music as an object for contemplation, just an aesthetic object without any agency or subjectivity. Whereas for many indigenous peoples understand music as playing many important functions. And again, we don't have a word even for music in a lot of our languages. And this idea that that reciprocity is a matter of life and death. In the Arctic, there's a widely known saying of, if there's no songs, there's no whales. The whales will not give themselves if there are no songs. And if there are no whales, there are no songs. So it's a very inextricably intertwined and very intimately interrelated ecosystem between doing and knowing and being. And so, in our in the work that we do, we're really aiming to just open up the conversation of how music, for example, is incredibly, in terms of being, knowing, and doing, it's Eurocentric, Eurological ethnomusicology, where the ethno usually in ethnomusicology means musics of the world or other people's musics, right? But music studies is European ethnomusicology. And so this idea that just by talking about that and in some instances needing to qualify musicology as indigenous musicology or indigenous composition, as in the same way that we would need to qualify it as settler colonial composition or settler colonial education, that these things are important, that the specificity, that if we're going to be speaking in English, which is certainly not necessarily a preference for many indigenous communities, we do need to think of ways of being much more precise with how we explain and describe things, and using kind of what folks call neologisms or new words like Indigilogics disrupts these spaces, disrupts the conversation as usual, as normal, right? And in this ongoing pandemic, people talk a lot about getting back to normal. And there's a lot of us who say normal was never good in the first place, right? And so how do we move beyond that? How do we push through? And as this panel and as this Equity Summit is concerned with, how do we move through and act and in accountability and responsibility to Indigenous, Black, and peoples of color communities? So in this way, this idea of Indigilogics and positionality is important in the ways that we introduce ourselves, right? So circling back to the importance of introductions as a form of invitation, in keeping with many intertribal protocols where, as they tend to operate certainly in Alaska Native spaces, it's important to position ourselves and to name our people's, places, and projects, because histories, in our case as musicologists, histories do things. The ways that we write, the ways that we publish, the ways that we speak do things. It also has an agency and a being. It is a being. These speech acts have importance in that way, and so it's important to know and note who we are responsible to, and where we come from. So with that, we want to get into more on the conversation of density. So I'll turn it back to Nina.
Thank you. You mentioned the naming of music as an object of contemplation. I think even just to say that's a particular position versus, or in addition to all these other ways of interacting with music and using and being in community in a way with music, as has been spoken to earlier. That's one of, again, the projects that we're doing, trying to name what happens within different spaces. And one of the other concerns we have is or a related concern is a kind of settler colonial position of an occupation with right and wrong. For instance, something like being in pitch or out of pitch, or in tune or out of tune, or even in Norwegian it would be, or in Germanic languages, out of tune is, the translation of that is false. You're false. You're singing falsely. George Lipsitz's notion of both and, or density as an asset, it does not operate within that logic. There isn't an in tune, out of tune. There isn't a false and wrong. They're just many different specific positionalities. There is nobody who gets to say which one truth there is. And in preparing for this conversation today, I listened to an interview with Regina Smith, who is inclusivity expert, is what her bio says. She works at Naropa University. And as a Black person, she said that I work with a lot of white people, and sometimes it's hard to tell what is true for me and what I am receiving as expectations and messages. So whenever we try to be right, we all try to be right because we've been socialized into that kind of way of thinking. It's incredibly important to keep in mind that question, who's right am I trying to orient myself towards? So then I think it's a really wonderful meditational practice to return to both and or density, or both and instead of either or. And I think you have some examples of that, Jessica.
Yeah, and actually, I think pointing back to the opening musical offering by Jada Brown is a great example. Folks often come to Native popular music and they're like, well, what's really Native about that? And it's like, that's not really the right question to ask. The question is to really think more deeply about what relations are being sounded and what kinds of possibilities are being opened up by a musician like Jada Brown. And so I was incredibly tickled to learn about her today, and I look forward to following up and learning more about her. But again, as I mentioned earlier, the incorporation of density in Indigenous music and sound studies, for me, responds to Métis scholar Chris Anderson's 2009 admonition to consider the density of Indigenous being. And he's also talking about how when you institutionalize something like Native studies, there is a danger, and I see this with my students, where folks come in thinking we all need to be the same kind of Native, or, I need to be Native like so-and-so. And it's like, well, I think what is a more productive and generative and less traumatic way forward is thinking about how we all have very different work to do, and we are all very different people, even within indigeneity. And expectation is that we're all the same, even though there's thousands of tribes throughout the Americas. And, anyway, so this idea that was then, but Chris Anderson's inspiration comes from, again, Black historian Robin Gigi Kelly and his call to understand the density of Black being. And so in this way, we're not, what we learn from Indigenous cultures and Indigenous communities are always already interrelation with other peoples, and especially those of us who all have experiences with colonialism and racialism and structural inequities. And music is only recently becoming to come to grips with, and have these kinds of conversations about it. And so in my own book, Sound Relations, I look at the histories of Inuit musical life in Alaska to talk specifically about the significance of sound as integral to Indigenous self-determination and resurgence movements. And rather than considering solely what is known as traditional music, I look at hip-hop, Christian hymnody, the traditional drum songs, as well as funk and R&B, to consider a range of relational and radical ways of being, knowing, and doing in Alaska, to register this density and not difference. It's really important with this move in diversity, equity, inclusion work that I think a lot of us are familiar with in community and academic spaces, that we really critically question the idea of difference as a way that separates people, right? It creates these boxes that, in music, anyway, Indigenous peoples are very accustomed to being literally captured and categorized in sound through ethnographic recordings from the turn of the 20th century. That's where our expectations are built in a music study sense. Like, well, if you don't sound like these recordings from 50 billion years ago, then how can you really be you? And that's not to say that the revitalization and resurgence of these traditional songs and the return of them, the repatriation and the rematriation of these songs home, is of vital importance. We need these songs back in communities. But they also do this ideological work in the popular culture that locks us into colonial questions of measurement. What exactly is Native about this Native music is an example of a colonial measurement question, or colonial questions of containment. Who counts as Native and who decides? that these ideas of indigeneity and positionality are defined within family and community units themselves and not by these colonial government spaces. And so Brent and Sharon and Kirby were talking about different indigenous philosophies from their communities, and one that I feature prominently in my book is Yupik Inuit Hiyarak, which is the way of the human being, the way of being. And we understand in Yupik culture more specifically, and Alaska Native more broadly, that all beings have an awareness and consciousness, a spirit or a soul, and we are capable of communicating and understanding one another. And this goes to the example I used of whaling practices, that we have to be very conscious of our thoughts and not think bad things or take bad actions that would then affect whether or not a whale decides to give itself. Because we don't master things. We aren't the masters of a oceanic space where we dominate the whale. The whale gives itself. Our animals feel sorry for us, and they give themselves because they know we can't survive without them. And so this idea of just really coming back to what Brent and Sharon and Kirby were talking about, and the importance of not only reciprocity between subjects, human and more than human, including song and sound, but the function of song is incredibly dense. And so this is just kind of leading into our kind of concluding point that in the kind of work that Nina and I aim to do is embrace this density of all ways of being in music, because it's never been the practice in music studies. In composing and performing and arts presenting, it's just not done yet. And so what we want to do is, again, not fall into the trap of reducing or eliding alterity or so-called difference, but really refusing stereotypes and expectations and the falseness of always being in consensus, that we're not always going to agree, and that there's generative things that come into being through these dissonant moments, and we can't just try to erase or stub them out, as settler colonialism has done since time immemorial. So what we learn from indigenous cultures, I would say, is that the work of doing equity and following through on our responsibilities and accountabilities to indigenous peoples is also labor that shouldn't just fall into indigenous peoples. That part of what the Peer Lab and part of what we do in our work in academia, there's a handful of indigenous faculty at UC Davis, for example. We can't do all the work. The 5 of us can't shoulder all of this. And we need to be doing it in relation, in good relation with other folks who are experiencing the same kinds of hardships, or similar anyway, enacted by settlers' colonial structures. And so I'll hand it back to Nina for some closing ideas.
Thank you, Jessica. Yeah, and when we are in these relations doing the work together, there are different opinions and different positions. And we have talked a lot about the practice of being able to live with that. Maybe the word could be conflict. It has such a negative ring to it, but we want to think about conflict as density, really, just as everybody or many people being present together, not having to conform. And we believe that necessary conflicts, there are many necessary conflicts, there are positive conflicts. Necessary conflicts or positive conflicts will take place when we're committed to following through, as is the topic or the theme of these few days that we have spent together. And this is really an opportunity. And I would just want to give 2 very brief examples of necessary conflicts. None of them are resolved. We're in the middle of them. And they're positive conflicts, I believe. They're worthwhile conflicts. One, for instance, is we've talked so much about how Jessica and I have, how Jessica has been instrumental, very integral in the formation of the Peer Lab and the thinking and the philosophy around it. And when I went to my department and to the dean to ask if Jessica, to just basically say, hey, Jessica needs to be an assistant director for this lab, there were all kinds of red tape within the UC system for somebody else from another campus having that kind of, that's considered an academic appointment, for her to have that title that would recognize the work she's carried out with me. So that's a conflict that hasn't been resolved yet, but that's a conflict that is needed and necessary. And these are institutional forces that we're working towards and against, and we're going to continue. We don't know what the outcome is going to be, but we believe it's important engage it. The other very brief example is some of the other work we're doing with the peer lab is to take on the notion of the archive. So we're working with community organizations, and specifically the first, we're doing a beta project with Great Leap, a Los Angeles organization, and trying to work with them on what their archive should look like for them and their community, and going against that logic of the university and of museums and of special collections where we're extracting information from a space and taking that for our own space. So that's another necessary conflict, institutional conflicts that is necessary to have. And I will close out for both Jessica and myself with a quote from Regina Smith again. And she says, and this speaks directly to why it's why we need to, all of us need to shoulder the burden of these conflicts. And the question is like, who pays the price? You know, if you smooth over, if you're not willing to take these conflicts, if I'm not willing to take the conflicts. And Regina Smith says, the cost of peace or not having conflict in our daily lives is usually paid by the persons in the down power role. So Jessica and I believe everybody in this space are part of carrying this together. And we want to, before we go into the question and period, we want to thank the ACF for their commitment to following through and being part of this work.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Jessica and Nina. We have some time for questions, and so I think we should open it up and then especially invite Sharon back. There you are, and Kirby, there you are, and I guess invite questions from the audience. And Sophia and Damien are available, I guess, to help facilitate that discussion. I'm also here to answer questions too, as a musician and a composer and a longtime member of the Composers Forum.
Okay, here we are.
I have a question for Brent, if that's okay.
Sure.
Brent, you've been working in this space as a composer for so long, and it's been really moving to read some of your accounts of that work. I was wondering if you could tell us a bit about the changes you've seen, both the changes you've seen, not necessarily all positive, I'm sure, from when you first started out as a composer till, let's say, today or yesterday. Are there some specific things that come to mind that kind of marks that time span?
Yes and no. I've been composing. I'm really a proponent of music literacy. That is like written music, and that's something you could say is colonialism, right? Like written language, written music. But I love it. There are certain advantages to doing written music that you cannot do with exclusively oral methods, which are advantageous, and I love it. And I've taught, written language, written music to Native people, and they've been, excelling at it as well. One of my first students, Michael Begay, has just entered Peabody for another degree in music composition. So I'm very proud of him and the work he's doing. And, started the Native American Composer Apprentice Project in Arizona and other projects. It's been so long. And I've got lots of personal experience of being discriminated against. You can't know this for sure because some of it's microaggressions, but I feel like at some points I've been gate kept out of opportunities where I see my colleagues are advancing and I'm not. That's happened quite frequently. But I'm happy with what I am able to do anyway. I'm not going to stop doing it because of that. And then on the the personal level, I've been turned away from apartments. Like you call up and I want to rent an apartment, and I talk to someone on the phone, and I'm like, "Hello, do you have an apartment available?" And they're like, "Yes, you sound personable. Do you have credit? I have a down payment in cash?" And then I go to show up, and they're like, "We don't think this apartment is going to be right for you." It's that sort of thing. So literally just discrimination. But in terms of in the field of music, I have more hope now because of places like this, like the Composer Forum and forums like this, where we can open up the discussion, the white racial frame in those articles. It's just, there's more of a critical analysis of what's going on. And I see some hope there. But personally, the same discrimination that I've seen early on in my career exists right now too. It's like, it feels to me like it's changed very little over the span of time. So there's a lot of work to do.
Thanks, Brent. I do have one question here from the audience. And the question is, how can we more equitably apply the idea of songing as it was described when engaging Indigenous music / performances?
That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I came up with the idea of songing as a concept because in the West, you have this idea of song or music as a commodity, and it's defined in a very compartmentalized way. If you look at it from an Indigenous point of view, it's not commodified like that. You don't record and buy and sell music. It's a process of, and so it's more like a verb. So I just advocate for adding ing to the end of something. So if you're doing music, you're doing musicking. If you're songs, you're doing songing, because it's a process, and it's never really a noun. But how you get, how do you reach the non-native community with that, or even Indigenous community? We're so changed by forced contact change, speaking common language of English, and tribes themselves fight the compartmentalization of life that sort of infects us as well. We have to be vigilant about that. One simple way, I don't know how you get there, but I would advocate for a quality measure of music, like a musical standard that's more Indigenous, like that is more about, like if you go to a powwow and someone's singing, right? You don't measure the quality of the voice, right? That's in the concert hall, you're measuring the quality of someone singing, whether they hit the perfect pitches or not, whether the notes are accurate, whether they're in rhythm or out of rhythm. You can determine the quality of the performance based on those kinds of considerations. But what if you have an Indigenous standard for music, like that's more like, what is the music talking about? Like there was a mention about like the sound of relations, like I think of it as a voice, like music is a voice. We're voicing something in the community to each other and to the environment. What if we have a way that determines like where that song came from, where this composition of, imagine a classical music composition that's evaluated not on the quality of the performance and whether everyone was in tune or not, but the meaning of the music, why it was created, where are the family relationships there? Is this music important to the earth or not? Do we need a new Beethoven CD recording, and how does that relate to the environment? Does this recording change? Does it lead us toward renewable energy or not? I mean, it sounds ludicrous to someone from the West thinking, what does that have to do with a concert hall music performance? But from an Indigenous perspective, it means 100% importance. And we could have an Indigenous standard of music that applies to all across the board if we really think of it that way.
I wonder if, Sharon or Kirby, if you could respond to that, just thinking about how you might apply that type of standard to the work that you're doing. I know, Sharon, you have a particularly long background and connection to composition, but and Kirby to theater and performance. How would that standard look in your eyes?
I'll take a shot at that, I guess. We're still singing songs that are, we can measure that are over 500 years old. And some of these songs, we can't even sing the song without telling the story behind the song. And in that way, those stories have impact on somebody's life. For instance, one of these songs that is 500 years old. I was walking from the Gulf of Mexico to Lake Superior, and when I got to Missouri, I needed some people to walk with me, and so some people came. And there was a young woman, and when she was having a really hard time. She'd gotten out of treatment that night, and the night before she came, and she drank. And when she woke up in the morning, her mother told her, "You're going to go on this water walk." And so she came. And so that night, after the first day, she said, "I have $20 and I really want to drink." And she was spending the night in the room with me. And I said, "Well, let me tell you the story first." And I told her the story, and I sang the song. And in the song poses a question. And in Ojibwe, it says, they say that I'm a drinker. And then the second part of the song says, "But that's not all that I am." And there's a whole story that goes with that. So I told this young woman that story, and I sang the song. She stayed with me for 10 days. And on the 11th day, she had to go home because she had to go have a drug test. And but on that morning, she ran ahead of us to this rest stop, and she came back. She had tears streaming down her face, and she was crying. And in her hand was this tattered eagle feather. And she said, "Look what found me." And I said, "Look what found you." And that young woman, that was 20 years ago. And today she's finished college. She's ran 3 marathons. And when I see her, I just, there was that connection. And that is what music does. That's I think, this describes how music is impactful in our lives. And we have so many songs like that. And, we just did a song with Eulalie and my sisters and Indigo Girls and Bonnie Raitt called No More Pipeline Blues. And in that song, there is Ojibwe and English and chanting and guitars and all those other things. And that's what music is like today. And I think, we just did a piece where, there's some poetry I wrote and spoken word, and, I collaborated with Liz Jacala, and she composed a kind of a blues melody, and we have movement. Those are all things that are music today. And so, when we make music, like we don't, at least I'll speak for myself, I'm doing it for an Indigenous audience, and trying to be authentic, to who we are, which means sometimes it's in English and sometimes it's Ojibwe, sometimes it's with hand drums, and sometimes, there's instruments. And, I didn't say, but I am trained in music. I played the French horn in high school and had a full scholarship to play the French horn. So we're all of those things, but but what's most important is like who we are as individuals and collectively as a community. Kirby, do you have anything to add to that? Okay.
Yeah, I would just like to say, just in terms of your volume. Sorry, me and Sharon are both in New York City together for a wedding. I would just say,
I did. Sorry.
it's like playback. I'll just close it. Go ahead, Sharon.
Is that?
So we're in the same room now, and so you're getting this. So Kirby said, you want?
No, I'm good.
Okay, he said he's done.
He's done. Okay. All right, we'll go to another question here. So this is a question for Nina in particular. This person says that they are a Korean adoptee also, and they want to know, and they know a lot of Scandinavian Korean adoptees. Warm greetings, they say, and they're wondering if Nina, you feel connected to all the Korean adoptee community in the U.S., and if not, how can we support you in a role as an ethnomusicologist and a scholar?
Oh, thank you. That's such a beautiful question. I hadn't seen it before you read it. Thank you so much, Sun Young. I don't know any Korean American adoptees or American adoptees from Korea personally. I've met a few just at places. Yeah, I'm not sure what the answer to that question is. I think what comes to mind when you ask that question is a non-answer, but it does connect. And it's a colleague of mine in the Department of Ethnomusicology here at UCLA. Her name is Catherine Lee, and she's doing a project related to song, actually. And it's very much about this colonial space, the United States as a colonizer to Korea. And this adoption agency, this is my understanding, took children, orphans from Korea they were trying to adopt away to American families. They had created a chorus and they toured them throughout the United States. So basically showing these orphan little children and showing both the colonial and religious space, the colonial being very much also proselytizing and I guess trying to find families for these children. So Catherine Lee is doing a really important project around this. And of course, there are no equivalences, in suffering. They're just all very unique. But the role of children in the colonizing project, I think is something that is very often forgotten. I'm a result of that. Our questionnaire is a result of that. And now, finally, there's been more stories told within the broader media around Indigenous children and their incredible suffering in residential schools, which is also something I should note, that the United States and Canada are not alone of having. Norway also has an Indigenous community, the Laps, and they were also put in residential schools. So this is around the world, the suffering of children being just pawns in these geopolitical struggles. So thank you so much for your question. Maybe we can just contact each other outside of the panel, Sun.
Great. I have a question for Kirby. Thinking about your experience with, are you guys switching spaces there? There you are. Great. Thinking about your the summer that you spent with Sharon in working in the program that you were in. It seems to have inspired you to stay on and continue to do that work. I wonder what it was about that experience and spending that summer that really inspired you to move in the direction that you're currently in and do the work that you're doing right now.
Just growing up, the program I work in right now is I'll just shine a little light on this. The Key to One Acting Ensemble, and Sharon actually started the program 30 years ago, and it was the Ogichida players, and which meant the warrior teachers, and it went on for about 16 years, and they traveled all over the country, and they performed different plays from My Grandmother's Love to other pieces, and it lost funding about for the specific program, and it went into making videos. And during that time, the live theater program was lost, and so about 10 years ago, I started working with this program, and I was working at a school called White Bear, and I went and worked for this program for the summertime, and I felt like it was my community in my South Minneapolis, about a mile away from where George Floyd took place, and the community has always been a focal point in my life. But in that moment, I felt like it needed me, and I felt like I could do good work in the suburbs at White Bear where I was at, but I could definitely use what I had been given to work here. And so we started to work in this program. When I started to work in this program, we were working with Pangea World Theater, which is renowned in the work that they do in justice and theater. And we built this piece. And I think from that moment on, I just felt like I wanted to work with them. I didn't know I wanted to be a director at the time, but I know I wanted to continue to work in the community. And like I said, growing up, music was always a part of me. I danced in powwow since I could remember. Like I said, I sang, during every ceremony. You sing along, you know the songs. There's nobody, the singers sing. No, that's not how it works. Everybody sings together, and so you learn how to carry pitch and sound. And like I said, I think it's just inspired me to continue growing this work. And actually, we'll be getting hopefully we'll be getting a new building. We'll be breaking ground soon there in the right here in the Twin Cities, which will have a 100-seat theater black box, and will give us. So that's why I do this work that I do, to give our youth a chance at things that they're not often exposed to, and that only privileged youth and kids in the suburbs have at hand. But we want to give them a wide variety of experiences and tools, because there's so many things that most of our kids play piano, most of our kids play guitar, most of our kids have these abilities, but they're often don't have the opportunity to showcase these abilities. Or often our music and our sounds, they're embarrassed because our society doesn't make it as a norm, because it's not something that somebody else does. They don't understand it, or it's always community versus professional. It's always, cultural versus professional, and so there's not often these times where the talents that they have are showcased as professionals. But some of our youth do these things from the time that they can walk, and talk. And like Sharon said, you wouldn't know this about her, but she had a full ride for music. And so these are just things that people don't care to ask.
Great, thank you. I think that last point you make actually does tell well into this next question, which is, I am very self-conscious about asking this, but if music is a livelihood for so many, how do we reconcile the need to commodify our music making in order to make a living? I think, Brent, you said that you had an answer for this question, but
I do, yeah. Basically, and it's obvious from an indigenous point of view, you don't have any choice in the matter. Like, we live in this world, we have to adapt, and we adapt in ways already. So yes, it's not commodification. It's just, some of it you do, you can sell it, you can earn a living by it. I work almost exclusively off commission, like I'm gate kept a lot. So you'll see my music out there occasionally, but I don't have repeat performances. Like, you'll see other composers white male composers, and they're with multiple repeat performances over and over again. That doesn't happen with me. I usually write a commission and it premieres once or twice, and then it's done. It's never performed again, and that's typical for me. But let's take one example, just a quick example. We're a mixed bag. Native Americans today live in this country. It's just as hard for us to compartmentalize our lives as it is for anyone else in the country. So it's not any easier for us. We have some extra tools, though, cultural tools and stories that enable us to figure out how to do it. And we take vows, like it's a life and death matter for us to do the work to decompartmentalize our lives so that we can look at the world in a different way, the way that we want to see the world, and to be in relationship to the world and others in the world beyond human beings. And that's a lot of work. But we use the materials at hand, and selling CDs and having Indians doing hip hop. It's all part of the package. And it's easy to see if you just know the history of even the slightest question, like major and minor chords, for instance. It's an easy one to see. Everybody uses major and minor chords these days, guitar chords, piano chords. We call it triadic harmony. And for American Indian people, we're using triadic harmony. And if they knew the history of it, you could easily call that colonization, because it comes directly from Christianity. No ifs, ands, or buts. The person who invented it, his name was Johannes Lippius. He was in the church, and he had the idea of creating a celestial way of doing music that would be closer to God. And he used the Holy Trinity as the idea, the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. And he got the idea to put three notes together, a triad, and place them a third apart. And that's the first instance in Western music where we see triadic harmony appearing. And then Jean-Philippe Rameau came along later, and he developed a treatise, a working theory of triadic harmony that everyone still uses today. And all of like Bach and Mozart and the church hymns and everything, it's all based on this triadic harmony that was invented with a religious idea. And it's even got the other name of the church modes. We call this triadic harmony the church modes. So for Native people who are doing guitar chords with major and minor harmonies, surprise, we're using the church modes for everything that we do. And so are we going to turn around and say that we're doing, Christian music, or we're doing colonizing music because we're using the church modes? No, we're using the materials at hand. We're doing it in an indigenous way. And the meaning of the musicking, is because it's tied to the community. The standard is not what chords we're using, or where the materials came from that we're using. It's how it's connected to the earth, how it's connected to each other, whether the relationship's going on here, how is it connected to extended kinship ties, and what's the meaning of what we're doing. And that's really an indigenous standard for thinking about music into the future.
Thanks, Brent. Anyone else have a response to that one? Okay. I think that's one of the last questions that we have from the audience right now. And so we're going to close out this section, this panel. I'm going to leave you now and welcome Vanessa Rose back to the podium.
Wow, that was amazing. Well, there's so many things to think about from this panel. Thank you so much, everybody. I wrote down something Sharon said. We can't sing the song without telling the story first, which is just something I want to keep coming back to again and again. Thank you so much to everybody. And for those of us who are not from an Indigenous community, imagining the arts being so integrated in your life that there's no word for it. Like ACF could be just a meeting place. is a beautiful thing to think about. So thank you, Brent, Sharon, Kirby, Nina, and Jessica. We appreciate you sharing your stories, your culture, your art, and song with us today. This concludes our Artist Equity Summit on Follow Through. We hope you have discovered some new perspectives, considered how you can foster greater equity, disrupt white supremacy in your artistic ecosystems. And I hope you're thinking about who you will invite, engage with, or listen to tomorrow and the days following. We invite you to follow us on social media, sign up for our newsletter, come to our events, make a donation. Your involvement helps us to continue this work, enabling music creators to be supported, connected, heard, and valued. Thank you to the amazing participants of this event. I've learned so much and am deeply honored and humbled that you said yes to being a part of this event. I know my gratitude is shared by the entire board and staff of ACF and the artists that we serve and the ecosystem that we all share. Thank you to the steering committee, Lee Bynum, Lady Midnight, Tori Allen, Sun Young Shin, Kate Bean, Damian Strange, and me, and our honorary member, the executive assistant at ACF, Cynthia Harris, who did so much to help us. Thanks to our entire team at ACF. Thank you to Claim Our Space for producing this event. Thank you to the St. Paul Neighborhood Network and all the wonderful team that's here helping us today. And thank you to our funders. This includes the City of St. Paul Cultural Star. This activity is made possible by the voters of Minnesota through a Minnesota State Arts Board operating grant, thanks to a legislative appropriation from the Arts and Cultural Heritage Foundation. Our website, you can see there, is composersforum.org. Our relevance depends on your participation. We value your feedback and ideas and look forward to hearing from you. In closing, we have to close with music, of course. It is my pleasure to offer Brent Michael David's music from the film Lake of Betrayal, a film by Paul Lamont and Scott Sackett. Thank you, and remember, you're not alone. Look forward to hearing you.
If you wear glasses or contacts, you must see this.